Welcome to the PokerStars Arena and one of the biggest online MTTs of the year. On Sunday, the Sunday Million celebrated its 16th birthday, hence a special anniversary edition with a $10 million guarantee, more than 52,000 entries, and now 38 players remain competing for a first prize of more than $1 million. We're cards up all the way as we play down to a winner tonight. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my sweet 16 Sunday Million babies.
Joe, action is already underway on day 3 of this special event. I say we get straight to the tables.
I'll allow it.
And we have at our first feature table, the man, the myth, the legend, Lena 900, yes, Nicholas Astet, fresh off his 3 cashes at EPT Prague, including a cash in the main event, is deep in this Sunday Million anniversary, one of the top stacks with 38 players remaining, and has 2 pair on the very first hand of the day.
Was quite the day too for Lena, for what I understand, and flopping a pair, turning top and whatever, aces up. Pretty good start to day 3.
Yeah, so some top stats for you. We have got 33,847 unique players in this event, 18,273 re-entries. Worth highlighting that Nicholas Astet is on his 6th bullet in this event. Everyone well into the money now. In fact, all the remaining players have locked up more than $14,000, but we are looking at 6-figure scores for the top 8, bar the winner, who gets a 7-figure score. More than $1 million for the winner of this special Sunday Million anniversary. Great to see such a huge field, Joe. Great to see that $10 million guarantee exceeded.
Great to see that the winner will get $1,036.
And 70 cents, if we're going to be precise.
Yeah. Hey, James, I'm yet moo. I'm Jill 2.
Okay, I have no idea what that means. You're the human calculator. Can you also be my human translator?
Thank you to Statrick, who figured out that means good luck in Mongolian.
I love it. Absolutely love it. As we're highlighting the awesome work that Statrick does on our streams, let me reel off a couple of hashtag fun facts to start our cards up coverage of this final day of the Sunday Million anniversary. More than half of the field have already locked up their best ever cash. 21 of the 38 players haven't had a score of more than 14K. And this, I think, is really interesting. Looking through the field, it appears a lot of these players haven't played online in quite some time. Clearly, this event was must play for them. This lured them out of semi-retirement or back to the online tables after an extended break. Clearly, this is something people wanted to be a part of.
I would have.
And we can already see
both
that
a day off and $215. It was one or the other.
Yeah, fair point. $215 buy-in for this anniversary special, and we've already lost our first player of the day, down to 37 already. That's why we saw a player balanced off our feature table. Should point out the player coming into day 3 as the chip leader is a name we recognize. It's Paramology from Canada, and this is a player who who made the final table of a Sunday Million that we streamed last year, was 3rd in that $109 buy-in event for $66,000. So Paramology going deep in their 2nd Sunday Million of the last 12 months, and this is a big one to be going deep in.
Take that, Lena.
I mean, what is there to say about Lena 900 that we haven't said so many times? How many scoop titles? 5. WCoop titles? 3. $17 million in PokerStars earnings, and there is going to be a collision here. Cheaps all in with queens. Called by the kings. Queen high flop. Oh. And it's a bit of a bad beat for Manu Kid 11, who is now forced all in from the small blind. Blinds right now are 400,000, 800,000. And looks like Cheaps, having done the damage on the last hand, getting lucky with the queens, is now going to seal the deal. Ace-Queen against King-9.
Come on, Manu.
9 on the river, but it's a heart. It's the flush for Cheaps, and that is a KO, and we are down to 35 players. Well, thrilled to introduce our first guest analyst of the evening. We worked side by side with him at EPT Prague, where he won the 10K high roller event that kicked off the series. Sam Grafton, the Squid, back in action, back on stream. How you doing, sir?
Yeah, really good. Really happy to be here. Excited to work with you guys in an environment where there'll be no inappropriate touching from Joe. It's a little too close to me in the booth now.
As you know, Sam, our tech team can work wonders. So if you want it, I'm sure we can find a way of making it happen.
I'm going to make Sam suit up in one of those VR suits so he can still feel my hand on his thigh.
The great man, Lena 900, doing work here. I mean, I was absolutely flabbergasted when I heard that he was in a final 48. And I mean, you could see opening liberally. He's really one of the perfect players, I think, for this field. Deep. He's someone that adjusts very quickly to what his table lets him get away with, and individuates his approach to particular opponents, particular fields. It's going to be, I mean, he's got to be a firm favorite with 38 left. But look at this.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, it is domination rotation in Lena's favor, but Elkagvga is trying it on with the King Jack. And might now give up on the turn, bearing in mind that they only have 6.2 million behind. I know 6.2 million sounds like a lot, but there's a lot of chips in play, and the blinds are big, and they're going up soon to 500k and a million. And Lena holding with a pair of threes.
Oh, man, are you going to let Lena get to showdown with a 3 here? Yup. Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't blame him for not bluffing there with the Jack of Diamonds in his hand, but how unreasonable. You've got it, Lena absolutely dominated, playing off 9 big blinds. You've got King Jack crushing his King 3. Now you're bluffing with King Jack, and it doesn't work out. Yeah, certainly going to be a hard man to stop if things go his way in that manner.
Yeah, so we've got 5s here for episode 2014. Opens to 1.6. Lucid in the sky with net. All in with Ace-King, and we've got Muji with 9s, and I think we're about to see a classic race at this feature table. Not the 5s, but the 9s.
I think they'll fold in this exact setting. That would be my Sunday million. I think it's pretty close anyway for chips. And that all-in was, I mean, it's not, he does go for it. He does go for it. Good call, James Hartigan. Very good call.
And with EP likely folding the 5s, we will flip that coin. And it is Lucid Skynet who's the at-risk player here. And 9s hold. That's another KO. And we're already down to 34. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, EP. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. By the way, on one of the other tables, there is a Canadian player called Mags3844 who is, quote, doing a tonka. They have been sat out since the start of play.
It's great. I mean, even as ignominious as, wow.
Another all-in. And a 10 for Lena.
This is wild from Lena.
And Lena. Now
Lena with the exploits.
Yeah, we're on a page up
the
right now,
weak.
kids.
Knew the limp was weak. Come on, Lena. Wow, that's pretty strong.
Should point out, by the way, that in the what feels like the first orbit, Lena 900 is justifiably popping corks because Lena's moved up to 3rd in chips. Lena in the top 5 right now. Paramology, start of day chip leader, has also chipped up and is closing in on the 100 million mark and has joined our feature table.
Wow, absurd stuff going down. I love also how, I mean, you know, Spraggy can't be that excited to have the A7 off named after him. But on the other hand, surely better than, you know, being famed for falling asleep. And, wow, oh my days for Muji. Muji come to play here with the 6-4 of clubs. Absolute carnage we're seeing. I thought people would be a little bit cautious, hence I thought Muji, he or she might fold the 9s. But people really come to play here with that big $1 million top prize.
There's a few players I want to highlight in this field. One of them at the feature table right now who is in the small blind, and that is Gosha 1986 Lux, a Ukrainian player who has only ever played 16 games on Stars, all of which were satellites to the Sunday Million 16th anniversary, won their way into this event on the 12th attempt for $2.20.
Wait, hold on. So 16 satellites to the 16th anniversary Sunday Million? That's pretty
Written
cool.
in the stars.
That's a little, yeah, kismetic. Coincidental.
Is this pronounced Puka 123 or?
I'm gonna go with
Puka?
Puker. Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna go. What a surprise! Joe's gonna go with Puka.
By the way, we are at a pay jump now. Just keep that in mind.
Indeed, we are. 32nd place gets to 14K. 31st, close to 20K, $19,257. And 4 still good here for Muji.
5K pay jump. So sick.
Turn for Muji as well. No further overcard. And this is an impressive bet from Muji, whose aggressive tendencies serving them well thus far. It takes a lot of confidence to bet the 4s there, but was correct in this instance.
Well, we've got
And
a potential domination situation here because Gosha is short with ace-queen on the button and Muji's got ace-king, and I don't like that.
we got a root for Gosha if there's an all-in here, surely, for the $2 specialist. Tank Gosha, use your time bank now, mate, because there's a pay jump here. And that's very meaningful if you're on $2. I hope they maybe shove, just keep a couple of chips back. Or even fold. Just put them on ace-king and just muck. And this isn't a bad shove. I mean, Muji could be opening a lot wider than this. This is a very good shove.
Well, 30 seconds
Queen.
gone out. The pay jump's occurred. So Gosha like to get the min plus cash of the day. And Gosha does go out in 31st place. So qualified for $2.20 and cashes out for $19,257.94.
So I was completely prepared for the ankle weights to come off. We were training at altitude, right? Doing this online coverage the last 2 years. Made it easy going into live coverage last week. Lots of time to talk about things. Lots of time to let things sink in. Right now, I feel like I'm drowning. Like, what's happened? We lost 8 players already. It's been 10 minutes.
Absolutely. I think we can expect a little bit of a bust-out bonanza at the start of play. The average stack was relatively shallow. Things will slow down when we get down to the final 18 because that's when the blind levels will be extended from 15 minutes to 20 minutes. Even so, you know, we've reached the final stage of what's been a very, very long tournament, so shouldn't go more than 5 hours tonight.
Yeah, and a little unorthodox flat from EP 2014, and indeed the lead, but no one has anything, so it works out for them. That's a chunky pot when 4 of you seat the flop.
Another player I want to highlight very quickly because I'm just concerned with people going so quickly. If we lose this person, I'm going to be very disappointed. Not currently our feature table, Sam. There is a player called Jan Raz 1983 playing from Denmark. And Joe and I have decided to make Jan Raz our qualifier. Because Jan Raz 1983 only ever plays micro stake sit and goes on Stars. The biggest buy-in they played prior to this MTT was $11, and that was a satellite for this MTT. So, come on, Janras.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. I mean, already, I don't want to limit their ambitions. They're here in the mix with under 30 players. I hope they go for the lot, but already a very substantial score. I mean, this is already a meaningful amount of money to a lot of players, and that's really nice to see. Obviously, I forgot that the payouts would be at this level with still 30 to go. Forgetting the extent of how huge. I mean, normally that is a final table payout, like a seventh spot on the Sunday Million. So all these guys can be really proud of locking in a decent score already.
That is the advantage of a $10.4 million prize pool for sure.
Even if they go broke right now, they'll be able to be quite generous down at the pub.
Well, I can tell you that Janraz 1983 is currently 8th in chips. They are a top 10 stack right now, so here's hoping. Lena has dropped down to 6th place. Paramology is still the overall chip leader, sat at the top of our current feature table with the button. And we are going to continue tonight, guys, until we are down to a winner. This is a 3-day event. I know we normally stream on a Monday, but with this huge field, it's going to take 3 days to get this done. But I'd like to think for these players it's worth it. You don't mind coming back for a day 3, Sam, when you're well into the money, you're already guaranteed 14K, and you're playing for $1 million, right?
No, exactly. In fact, obviously it's nice that the structure is going to allow a little bit of play. You talked about extending the levels. I think that any type of player, you want to be able to, when you have your bust out, you want to feel like it came from a decision you made or whatever, not that you were sort of forced into a situation. So I think it's absolutely right the blinds go up. We get some more coverage, and these guys playing for that serious money, will have the opportunity to make their decisions as best they can in a reasonable structure. I got to say, it does favor a tiny bit this man in the big blind. Obviously, the better the structure, the more you would expect skill to come through. Obviously, still an incredible amount of luck in tournament poker. Lenham 900, I played with him on a final on Monday as well.
Yes.
And I was in the Sunday and yeah, just an absolute animal. Actually, he burst the final table bubble by raise calling 7-8 suited against Justin Bonomo. And flopping a straight flush immediately. Like,
wow.
Bonomo had the ace of hearts. And he raised called 7-8 all hearts. It was just 4, 5, 6 all hearts. And I was like, wow, I mean, I can't. It's just never happened to me in my life, But just a remarkable, a phenomenon of a player, and going to be really exciting to have him in the mix.
What chance does anyone else have if a player with that ability runs like that?
I think that Lena 900's name, it's going to be that when, after he makes his 900th final table, he just retires. He's
I
like,
think
I did
he's
it.
probably long past 900. That's the irony.
Stapleton, surely, it's reasonable for him to win the 5K. It's reasonable for him to win, the 1K, Sunday, whatever. If he wins the Sunday Million, it should just be like, you're banned. Joe Stapleton, just get the ban out. Congratulations, enjoy the million. Your account is closed. That's what we say. It's like a little extra price we've added in.
Yeah.
Send him a trophy. Close the account. You're too good.
We're doing you a favor. Go enjoy this. Come back. Show us your bank statements. When you're down to only having maybe 10, 12 million left, then maybe we'll let you back in. But go live your life.
Well, I can tell you that Frank Greason on YouTube is very excited to see Lena 900 on stream. Meanwhile, Hippie H on Twitch says, James, point above your right shoulder. I'm assuming that's because people think this is the final table, and they've missed this all-important graphic above my head, which shows you that there are still 30 players remaining from the starting field of 52,120. We are not at the final table yet, but we will be there later. We are playing down to a winner tonight.
Muji, yet again, taking the aggressive action. I wouldn't have predicted a fold from nines if I'd seen Muji playing like this. And really interesting. Paramology, either sensing Muji's been getting out of line, or I don't think can have caught the beginning of the stream. 4-betting here the ace-queen, I believe, to 4-bet fold. And that's the first we've seen from the chip leader. Again, clicking the aggressive button, putting Muji back on the defensive, and I wonder whether we'll see more of that going forward.
Sam, do you know what paramology means?
No, I don't actually. Are you going to share?
It's when you concede something in an argument to your opponent in order to strengthen your own position.
Wow.
It's actually kind of interesting in a poker sense because I assume paramology happens quite a bit.
Yeah.
On the various streets.
Really
Well,
interesting.
Cheaps has
good
flopped
screen name.
best here. By the way, question from Amoa, can they make a deal? I mean, we're a long way out from that. That's more likely to happen at the final table. But the answer is obviously yes. There is a set aside. I believe it's $50,000 they would still have to play for. I mean, as we had a four-way deal at the last EPT, it's not beyond the realms of possibilities that we'd see a four- or three-way deal at the final table of this event, especially when you look at the jumps between fourth, third, second, and first. Payouts at the final table on the screen at all times. Current payout, for those of you interested, $19,257.
I think the guy who satellited in for $11 has had the box tick since yesterday. So.
Well, Lena in action, Sam, opening here with Queen 10 offsuit, and this might just get through. Paramology, by the way, has crossed the 100 million mark.
Yeah, and Lena, obviously we saw opening the Jack 8 off, Queen 10 off, very, very standard, I guess. But definitely going to look to VPIP as much as they can, feeling like they're going to have a decent edge pre-flop. Post-flop. And EP going for the 3x, a little bit unconventional, but don't mind it, particularly serves this hand somewhat, but PUK 1-2-3 with pretty much unfoldable hand in the big blind. The king queen of blue.
Diamonds call and flop pretty good. Trip kings, and EP could get into trouble here, having paired their 10.
Yeah, and you do want to probably bet this board for protection. Obviously, if you knew your opponent had a king, you wouldn't do so. But, I mean, makes sense to just clear out some queen highs, some backdoor clubs and the like. Get some value from some gut shots and worse tens. A little bit big, perhaps, for a man of my taste on the flop. PUK are just calling on a board which, in general, favours imposition. And I hope for EP's sake that they check back here. Spades miss, Queen Jack misses. And PUK, you can expect to go big on this river. Gonna have a big size for a king and a few missed draws. And that's a very modest sizing.
Oh, got him!
Snapped. Yeah.
Was that a hero call gone wrong? Not really a hero call. I'll allow it. On this occasion, I won't press the button.
It was too fast. It was too fast.
Yeah. Yeah. Two pair ace kicker. Pretty reasonable call. Just
Yeah,
no,
I know. Look, you know me, Sam. I'm pretty kind of trigger happy, but even I have standards. Even I have a limit.
Did you miss it during the live stream? Did you kept wanting to put up like ding ding ding, you know, and like even Steven and stuff? Was it tough being in the real world?
No, I mean it's really weird. I just don't really think it suits live poker. I think
no, it doesn't.
No, because the whole idea is you're talking about a virtual world.
There was only one button I wished I could push then.
Oh, they band back together.
Ah, I see. My money was on this one, Joe.
No, I was pressing the real one enough.
Now,
So EP,
Seabass
Yeah, go on.
thinks that the player on the button there, our friend with the beard, that name is pronounced Poker. Poker
wow.
123. I mean, I know it's
I
stating
don't play
the
poker,
absolute
I play
obvious.
poker.
A poker. Oh, you play poker, do you? Oh.
Poker.
Yeah, with that pronunciation, it makes sense and it works. By the way, guys, I don't think anything dramatic is going to happen here. I have to read you the best hand history of all time. We told you earlier on how there was a Canadian player called Mags3844 who was sat out, hadn't showed up for day 3. Patrick Wright, 1855. Mags forced all in the big blind and knocked out. Sat down in their seat and typed, "Fug," just in time to see themselves eliminated with Trey Deuce.
Oh, it's brutal.
Bad day at the office. Massively bad day at the office.
And just like that, we're down to 29.
There's a chance that's like an incredibly good story.
Yeah. I mean, I washed a pair of jeans with a 20 in it once, and I didn't recover for 3 or 4. Yeah, like all week. I still think about it now. So goodness knows how they're surviving. So lurking in the big blind, Cheaps with the kings. Freacher also, shrinks a little versus under the gun, but versus chip leader, there's some small chance. I mean, you can see this is genuine tank here with the ace-8 off. It's 5.8 big blinds. There's 4.5 in the middle, right? But does fold, and good for them because Cheaps behind with the kings.
Shoves small to big, shoves from the big blind with kings. And is Paramology priced in with ace-7 suited? That be question.
No.
Yeah, I mean, maybe shove is best here. I really don't know an exact strategy, but seemed like a bit so quick, so confident versus the under the gun. Obviously, you're just going to call a Paramology some of the time.
Yeah.
But chip leader incentivized to open quite wide. Maybe there's something a bit more subtle we could have done with the kings there. And
ace-7
Freacher
suited.
now finding a great spot.
Absolutely. Super short with 5.68 million. Muji opens with the ace-7 of spades. Second hand in a row we've seen a play with this hand. This time it will get called. It's a domination situation and a great spot, as you just highlighted, Sam, for Freacher. And that is going to be a double up.
Patience rewarded there. Good for Freacher. Passed on a very close spot. One that I wouldn't have blamed him for taking, and rewarded with a far superior spot the next hand. Obviously, just ace queen of hearts is a real premium at any kind of short stack. Ooh, Cheaps on the button. Queen 10 suited. I don't know about that, mate. I mean, that might be we should probably seize their account as well. Let's just start banning people, Joe. I mean, do we have those powers? And if not, why not? But I don't think you can fold queen. I think you can fold Queen 10 suited on the button. I mean,
spades.
To be honest, might have just got shoved on or 3-bet by ace 10. So who am I to question?
I love playing results. It's really my favorite way to play.
Sure.
Paramology betting 1.2 million here with ace high and gets called by Poker, who has
Poker. Oh, you hit it too, did you, Poker? Oh, good.
You might be playing poker, but I'm playing poker.
Come on, let's protection bet here. Let's just stick out. There we go. I mean, betting our exact hand strength rather than anything else. But Paramology can't fold for this sizing. Certainly can't fold for this sizing.
Well, you knew an overcard was going to hit. That's probably one of the best ones.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great job protecting.
Paramology checks the river. Value bet of the deuce. Nope, the check back. And the blinds are up. 600,000, 1.2 million with a 150k ante. Another 15-minute blind level with 28 players remaining. Paramology still in the catbird seat. And Janraz 1983, the qualifier we highlighted earlier, has moved up into second place. Janraz up to 92 million.
Let's go. Let's go.
One bullet for Janraz, too.
Not like Lena 900. If anyone fired 5 bullets, of course they'd be here. Like, literally 6 bullets, you're going to come top 50 like half the time. It's not even a remarkable feat. Basically buying their way into victories, these guys. It shouldn't be allowed.
I'm going to see who the deepest... Can you rank them by number of bullets? You can't, can you?
No. PokerStars deliberately haven't allowed that feature because it can only be used for evil, like you, Joe Stapleton.
There's a player named Evine who, on their 6th bullet, finished in 21,355th place.
That's got to hurt.
Just barely half the field on 6 bullets.
On a more positive note, I would like to read this missive from Jimmy on YouTube. He says there should be an app that gives life advice but uses Sam's personality and voice. We all need more Sam.
Oh, very cute. Moogie, by the way, what happened in this hand? There's 33 million...
I think Moogie was trying it on and has somehow got there on the river. Paramology made a very good call on the turn.
Paramology's going to bluff now. I mean, we don't have a diamond and we don't have good... Oh, my days.
Wow. Oh, wow. And Moogie, having paired their jack on the river, I don't think can possibly call this.
I mean, this would be an unbelievable call. This would be an unbelievable call.
This would not be a Paramology.
People find it really hard to fold when they improve on the river. I mean, playing. Oh, there we
go. Max pressure from Paramology. Max pressure from the chip leader. By the way, going to have to do this, guys. We are streaming the action on a 30-minute game integrity delay because, of course, we're showing the whole cards of all the players. I'm conscious of the fact there are lots of people who are choosing to watch the action in real time in the client, and there are people who are insisting on coming onto the stream and issuing spoilers. You will not get a joke comedy ban. You will get a lifetime ban with no recourse whatsoever. If you come into this stream and start spoiling stuff, stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, love that. James Hartigan. The teacher voice comes out. I love it.
What's there to be gained from
No time off for good behavior.
I'll make it worse.
Rehabilitation.
There's no way if you are the person who does something like that, there's no way you're a happy person. 0% chance.
Well,
I'll just make
Joe
you feel bad
Stapleton with
about yourself.
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. Voice there. One he's heard from girlfriends for the last 30 and parents for the last 4 decades or whatever. He knows it well.
Let's focus on the poker.
Absolutely, because the poker is raising with Ace King. And just to be clear, and this is how serious I'm saying, you don't just get a ban from Joe Stapleton, which some people wear like a badge of honor. We'll get Pie Face to ban you. Ooh. Think about it.
Yeah, just to go back a moment in time, quite a remarkable hand from Paramology and Moogie. And I want to just say, like, credit to these guys, whatever it might be from a theory perspective. That's some real street poker. Turn leading with Jack High, calling with Ace High, and then realizing on a diamond that you're probably now behind in some way versus a check, and turning the hand back into a bluff. Not my particular brand of poker, but with so much money on the line, amazing to see that creativity. And it's unfortunately not going to work out for Lena 900 with that light open on the button. But I mean, these guys and girls have really come to play today. Bit of Hollywood from Lena 900. Oh, tough decision.
I mean, the whole thing is Hollywood. The name, the number, the face, the ski bunny, all of it. It's all a lie.
What is the avatar from Lena 900's avatar?
It's a skier.
It's
It
like
came up on a stream last year, and I can't remember her name, but it is an Olympic skier.
Oh, no. Must be tough for you, Joe, to see an unironic avatar. Just an avatar that's just based on Olympian goals, and I'll take inspiration from a strong sports person, skier. Like,
That is
just not your
that
style
is
at
not
all.
unironic, Sam.
Oh, it is. It is ironic.
If you were going to ask me what I think Lena 900 looks like, it would be that photo.
Oh,
Wow!
well,
Look at this.
I could.
This.
One
what
of
I'm
these
talking
two
about.
sourdoughs is better than the other,
Sourdough suited, which is artisanal.
and it's the
I
one
mean,
that wins the
absolutely.
hand.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable. And Muji has to rein it in a little bit. Now, obviously, playing aggressive deep in a tournament, I love that. But these guys and girls, for some reason, have cottoned on super fast that Muji's getting out of line. And, you know, that ace-5 shove is not easy to do in a tournament of this magnitude, this deep, with probably a reasonably soft field left. Really aggressive play, completely correct against the actual hand, and of course against Muji's tendencies, I would say. So Muji needs to just pull it back a notch. You know, otherwise they're gonna find themselves in deep trouble in this tournament.
I think it's a pretty easy shove when you're playing poker.
Yes, all true poker players would shove a sourdough there. Yeah, obviously.
Artisanal.
I mean, to be honest, if there's one thing, Joe Stapleton, you picked up after the hours and hours of streaming, the potency of ace-5 suited. I mean, you can't get away from it, right?
That's why it's got the nickname. Ace-5 suited. It's actually something that's like permeated so far outside of like the inner poker circle that occasionally I'll just rip it with ace-5 suited and be like, I've seen this. This can't be bad. And it actually is one of the few things that works for me.
Wow.
Nice.
My biggest takeaway is the power of the 10-9 suited, Sam, the hand which now
Thank you.
has
No,
your moniker attached to it.
That's effed me so many times, being like, oh, 10-9 suited, this can't be bad. It's bad every time. Oh, pretty much every time.
Hang on. The way you tell the story, Joe, the same could be said, though, for aces, kings, queens, ace-king suited. In fact, any other hand.
No, that's not
why
true.
10-9
My all-ins and
ahead.
all that are fine. I just don't get them.
That's why the 10-9 suited is named after me, Joe, because it's a hand where it requires a certain discernment, right? It's a hand for the skilled poker player, not ace-5 suited. Anyone can play. Just pile it in. What could go wrong? 10-9 is for players who like to play the street, small bets, big bets, over bets, subtle bluffs.
Yeah,
that's why
can't do any of that.
the power of the 10. You need to stay well. 10-9 suit's not for you, Joe. Not only for trained, you know, like Leon, how you build up the weapons, right? The first weapon you use is the sniper rifle. Eventually, you get the knife for close. It's the knife of poker, you know?
Got it.
It's
Yeah, no, that's not for me.
Combat.
Grafton bringing out the Luke Besson references. Loving it.
I got you, Hartigan. I got you.
As we always say, Sam, everyone loves a chop pot. What do you mean, everyone? Everyone!
the greatest actor of his generation, for sure. Love him.
Chewing every single piece of scenery within a mile in that movie.
So here we go. These two, again, normally you could expect a normal hand, but anything could happen. Wow. Oh my days. 9-7 of clubs. Let's go. And poker. I do believe
That's
must be
poker.
pretty experienced player to be shoving the 9-7 of clubs, the ace-5 of clubs. Very, very aggressive tendencies. Certainly someone that's played a little bit before. One would imagine.
So Paramology opening with King 9. We can see the aces for Muji in the small blind.
Yeah, Muji, who obviously has kind of built a dynamic with the players at the table by 3-betting so relentlessly. I mean, if they were to, it's quite a weird stack. Goes for the shove now, and again,
Great.
I don't know. I think we do want to give Paramology a bit more of a chance to make a mistake. Just relying on coolering the chip leader here.
Nope. And Paramology still chip leader, by the way, 106 million. Janraz 1983, the qualifier, sits in second with 80 million. So a sizable chip lead for Paramology, who folds the ace-4.
I feel like if you've got the screen name Paramology with such a remarkable reference, you've got to be at least quite good at poker, right? You're not going to come up with that screen name, but you've never played a strategy game before.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not
so
like
it's
going to be one of those 80s movies where he's looking around the room for a screen name and the word Paramology is there.
So we've got Poker opening with the 5s and Lena 900. Nicholas Aztec 3-betting with Queen 10 out of the small blind. Queen Jack folded. Action back on Poker.
Yeah, and some chance that Poker just rips it here. Given the way they played thus far, 5s doesn't play that badly as a shove here. And Lena, as we see, because Freacher is so short, going to be incentivized to 3-bet a little bit more liberally here because they don't want to flat and let Freacher squeeze all in. And this is a difficult board to negotiate now. 5s, 5 of spades definitely can't be folding to 1-bet, but very unexciting situation. Lena 900 obviously not loving it either. Go ahead, James.
I was just going to say, you'll notice that Niggles Nuts has joined the table because we are down to the final 24. This is the final 3 tables of 8 now. Lena slowing down on the turn, Sam, despite having the best hand.
Yeah, doesn't want. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how. Like, I obviously we should just trust Lena 900's instincts in this situation, and it's very. And similar to when Poker bet the Queen Deuce, just really betting the strength of their hand here. And Lena 900, and that's a terrible river for Lena.
It's a street flash board, ladies and gentlemen. And Lena decides to shove it.
I mean, this is the genius of Lena 900. I would never have done this. And Poker, who River's the best hand here, now in a really difficult spot. And this is huge. The best player in the tournament, one of the best players in the world, all in on a bluff. Can Poker find the call with the baby flush?
On a street flash board. 10 seconds to make a decision.
You can call and still be in.
5 seconds. Makes the hero call.
Wow.
And eliminates end boss Lena 900. That is Nicholas Aztec gone from the Sunday Million Anniversary. 23rd place finisher cashing out for $26,000.
Man, that was some real poker.
Yeah,
and by the way, Poker from Belgium has just taken the chip lead, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a remarkable hand. Massive credit to Poker, 123, playing results there with a big hero call. Going not long to think about it, 25 seconds to make a very tough decision. What hand does Nicholas have there that they're turning into bluff? Very hard to decipher. Obviously, you know, Nicholas actually bluffing very high in their range and makes the hero call and catastrophic for Lena, who obviously was a real strong favorite. Is a strong favorite, by the way, in any field in the world, let alone one that is composed somewhat of qualifiers and less experienced players. And, you know, I tell you what, not only will Poker123 be over the moon with that amazing hero call, the entire field will be really pleased to see a legendary figure out of the tournament in 23rd.
And ladies and gentlemen, here is the internet in 2 messages. Bit on Poker says, WTF, that call. Bad IMO. Paradise Fisher follows it up with, WTF, this call is amazing. Thank you for your comments.
Lena did make the pay jump, by the way, as did everyone else who's still left in the field. Another 6K.
Maybe it was the 6K that pushed Lena over the edge. He was like, that's enough for me. Time to go. Just blown up. The heady heights. Is that Lena's biggest cash ever? Maybe maybe reached his biggest ever score online and decided to exit the
Yeah,
tournament.
probably.
Maybe the threat of us banning him if he won it as well, Joe. Like,
If
hung
you-
over
if
him.
you-
And,
If you're interested, Sam, I can tell you because StatTrick alerted us to it earlier. Lena's best ever single score on PokerStars was a Stadium Series win in 2020. It was a 10K event, and it was a $230,000 first place prize.
decent. Very, very decent. Yeah. Lena 900, top player. They'll be back. And we should just say, amazing run. For any experienced pro to be deep in the field, such a minefield to get through. Really, really impressive run. And, good for these guys. And Poker123 has played really, really well, by the way. If you wanted to pick out a new favorite, that's a really impressive call. A lot of heart. Seems to be picking good hands to shove. Adapted very, very quickly to Muji's aggressive tendencies with that suited sourdough shove as well, and rewarded with this giant stack.
Well,
Nigel's
two
nuts.
biggest stacks sat side by side right now. Paramology from Canada and the chip leader Poker123 from Belgium. Our qualifier, who we haven't actually seen in action yet, Janraz 1983, is in third place at one of the other two tables. 22 players remaining in this Sunday Million anniversary. A reminder that Janraz only plays microstakes sit and goes. Biggest event they played prior to this was the $11 satellite for this MTT.
Sam, do you know Nicholas Estep personally? Do you think he would do our podcast?
Yeah, I do know Nicholas a little bit in real life. I actually hung with him quite a bit in Prague. Met his lovely fiancée Eva as well. Shout out to her. I know they've got a wedding coming up soon, so that 16K will be thrown into the wedding fund. I don't know whether he will do you. If I had to bet, I would say probably not.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for
Sure.
the.
But you could always have me on for a fourth or fifth time, Joe. So there, swings and roundabouts. You don't get the best player in the world. You get me again. I mean, this could be good.
Well, Joe, I have breaking news for you because I have just received an email from a certain Grzegorz Gluvny who says, "Hello, I will be available tomorrow. Pleasure to meet you." So we will be talking to the EPT Prague main event champion on this week's episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast.
Love that.
I'm still waiting to hear back from Tuan Mulder. His ship-to-shore radio must not be working currently.
Legend. He's just, to be honest, with Tia, I can't even imagine I feel like his social life is strong. Put it that way. That's what he's probably having a decent time somewhere. So Breacher with the tens. We'd love to see a limp here. I mean, obviously playing, I think with tens, again, we might just want to do something a bit more subtle, let our opponents make a mistake. Obviously, might be influenced by the fact I could see that you're up against 7 deuce off, but I think we do want to maybe induce a bit more action with such a short stack. 10's very, very strong up against one player to act. Muji, look at this. Back on the horse. Undeterred by the 4 bets and the shoves. 6 high.
What?
Let's have a little.
Great
See what we
googly moogly.
Every
What is
time
happening?
you say Muji, I can't help but think of like compartmentalizing my life into small plastic containers.
Is that a Marie Kondo thing, Muji?
It's a store. It's a very popular store
Sure.
in Europe.
Is it popular? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've got like minimalist stuff I always associate with.
Yes,
like notepads
absolutely.
and stuff.
If you want to get organized, if you want to store stuff, get yourself to Muji.
Okay. Wow. James Hartigan, Are you gonna have to leave PokerStars in disgrace because we find brands slipping you envelopes of cash to
wish.
hide them?
I wish.
Because everything you say sounds like a sponsorship endorsement because you've just got that great radio voice. So you're like, if you're looking to get your life organized, check out Muji.
No need for the paid promotion icon. I'm not receiving any kind of benefits from Muji. Just occasionally buy stuff from there. It's a personal recommendation.
That's right.
Ace King Jack says, great store. I like their pens.
So they sell like containers and stuff there?
Yes.
So how do they size the containers? Like this always drives me nuts when you go to the container store, right? It's always like, oh, this is like a 10-gallon container. This is a 20-gallon. I don't know how many gallons of DVDs I have at home. Can you please give me like a different sizing option than liquid? Who's storing liquid in them? Nobody.
Joseph, one thing I can say with some certainty is that they are not measuring their containers by gallons.
Okay, good.
Muji, by the way, that folding the Jack 10 off. Why open the Jack 10 when you can open the 6-3?
Exactly. Meanwhile, episode 2014, or maybe it's episode 14 of season 2, has the Snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Yeah, and again, Muji with the ace deuce off in the big blind. Anything could happen. This actually isn't even that unreasonable a hand to shove, but certainly will be defending, and then who knows what from then on. Really exciting to have a player like this at the table making things happen. It's really been a great broadcast, actually. The standard of play has been high, but also just a lot of heart. You can think nearly all these players, you can see how they've got their stacks. Everyone's poker with the 4-bet, and a hero called Paramology 4-betting the ace-queen, Muji 4-betting 6-4 suited against the best player of all time. Just like, that's how I'm going to approach it today. I got Lena on my left. What are you going to do about that? Well, anything I open, I'm going to 4-bet. Okay, that's one way to go, And Freacher, some players would shove here. Freacher been very, very cautious. Very, very careful thus far in the tournament, and folds. And Muji now in a great spot against any open here. Ace-Jack super, super strong versus the late positions, and now we'll be blind on blind.
Ethan Griffith on YouTube is positive, or sorry, not positive, but pretty sure almost everyone left in as a pro except the one guy we aren't watching. As we said at the start, more than half the field have locked up their best ever cash in this event. 21 of the final 38 coming into day 3. Never had a score over 14K. There's a lot of players here I don't think you would class as pros. That's not to say they haven't had accomplishments online before, but a lot of these players are playing for more money than they've ever played for before.
Yeah, I mean, that's of course true. I mean, and also the type of players that, there's not being a pro is like a broad spectrum now. I mean, you come across so many amateurs who play really, really strong. The resources out there, the learning tools with Raise Your Edge, Run It Once, Poker Code. There's so many enthusiasts of the game who obviously play far better than any player would beat any pro from 10 years ago, who are far more skilled than pros from the past. Just because, as you say, you can go on YouTube and just find so much information. So when I'm complimenting how these guys and girls are playing, that doesn't mean by any stretch of the imagination they're pros. Ace-Jack is the best hand here on this run out, surprisingly. And one goes for a bluff. And Nigel's nuts can't do much about it with the king and 10. And once again, we see Muji's aggressive instincts. Obviously, bluffing with the best hand, but some chance that if you check it, not an inviting hand to check call with, so might have got bluffed themselves.
Well, Nigel's nuts now has the bond. 7-5 of spades. A hand which famously made the nuts at that epic winner-takes-all sit-and-go at Casino Royale in Montenegro.
Yeah, and
That
Fritcher
old
with the
cash
dominate.
game tournament.
Yes, the classic slow roll. Okay, Fritcher, ace-8 off. Obviously would be way ahead if they can make a call. I think the way we've seen Fritcher approach these kind of spots so far means they're likely to be cautious and perhaps just fold, and they do.
And that's going to take us to the first break, but we do have hands still in progress
Switching
at the other tables, and we are indeed switching. So this is the table that features our qualifier, Janraz 1983, not in action here. Instead, it's Chavez Villa, who's opened with Jack 10, and 3-bet from the small blind from Clacky 41.
Love this. Absolutely going wild.
Clack, clack.
And that will take us to the break. The first session is over, and we have lost a significant percentage of the field. We started day 3 with 38 players. We're down to 19. Closer to the final table, closer to that first prize of more than $1 million. And right now it is Poker123 from Belgium who leads with a stack of 122 million. Paramology from Canada is second in chips with 103 million. Just a 5-minute break in the action, and then we'll return to the Sunday Million 16th anniversary. I did reference that we are going to wrap up EPT Prague on this week's Poker in the Ears podcast. Joe and I are recording that tomorrow. Obviously, Sam, you're not going to be with us for that show, so I'm interested to know now how you found EPT Prague, because we had a chat at the start of the festival. You just won that 10K at the start of the festival. Obviously, we were talking before you went into the main event. You were feeling very positive, very happy to see everyone. How did the rest of the week and a bit work out for you?
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant from start to finish. Not only did I have a great time, obviously I saw you guys in a bar at 3. Oh, well, Joe, I saw at 5 a.m. on the last night. You know, I had a great time seeing friends, some, you know, that I haven't seen for a while, some that I haven't seen even before the pandemic, and drinking, meeting new friends, making new friends with people I played so much with online, met all the Brazilian guys who we've seen do so well over this last couple of years. And yeah, personally, in terms of the poker, that also went well. Obviously, I got a second in a big 25K a few days in the middle of the series or whatever, which was, you know, a huge score. And, you know, lost to Salwan heads up, but he was a very worthy winner. And you know, it was sometimes you don't feel happy with a 4th or a 5th or a 2nd, but I didn't play great on that final table. Stack sizes weren't always favoring me, so I was really happy with that 2nd place finish, and just overall a great time.
And just to reflect what Sam was saying there, Joe, I genuinely got a sense that everyone was just very excited to be back. And look, I'm not pretending this is the first live poker tournament that's taken place in 2 years. Obviously, the World Series took place in Vegas, but as far as Europe's concerned, this did feel like a momentous occasion. And that cynicism that sometimes surrounds poker professionals seemed to have dissipated to a certain degree. Everyone was just thrilled to be on the EPT again.
Yeah, it was gone for like the first couple of days at least. Everyone was in good spirits, good cheer, a lot less complaining than usual. I will admit that even for someone like myself who's a bit of an extrovert, it was kind of like going back to school, though, in a way that like it was overwhelming at some points, you know, just seeing everyone again and not necessarily just sort of. You didn't realize that everyone's in the same boat as you, right? Like, it's awkward for you. It's awkward for everybody. Many times during the last couple of years, I kind of felt like, oh, this is something that's happening only to me. And then when you show up and you realize, like, no, this has happened to everyone. Everyone's kind of dipping their toe in the water. Everyone socially is still trying to figure out what's going on, who to talk to. And I'm very glad that by the last night, most of Sam's, like, really famous, successful, rich friends had left town, so he had a little bit of time to spend with other people. So it was nice to get a few minutes with Sam by the last night.
I love it. And Sam, from the perspective of the behind-the-scenes people, from what we do with the live stream, but more importantly, the event staff who actually stage the EPT, I did get a sense that it was finding our feet again, getting back into the swing of this, and maybe building on what happened in Prague to make Monte Carlo at the end of April even more special.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the team did incredibly well. I mean, you have the bringing the band back together sort of emoticon or whatever. For those guys, that really was the case. Coming out of a long hiatus, putting the show back on the road. And people expect really, really high standards from the EPT. And they were determined to deliver that. And they really did so, I thought. Toby, setting the benchmark right at the top, right the way down through the staff. Everyone was great. And, we've got big ambitions for the EPT going forward. We're determined to keep this as the premier tour in Europe, if not in the world, and build on the legacy that we have from the past. And Prague was a great beginning to that.
And I know so many people got in touch to say they enjoyed our live coverage, enjoyed our streaming of live poker once again. And obviously we can now balance the two. We can cover the big live events, we can cover the big online events, and we're back in the PokerStars Arena tonight covering this epic $10 million guaranteed anniversary edition of the Sunday Million. Just to remind you of the starting field in this one, 52,120 total entries, and now just 19 players remaining. Cards are in the air again, so I will leave you in the company of Joe Stapleton and Sam Grafton.
Adios, Hardigan. Just 19 players left already. That is wild. 52,120 total entries. Sam, how many were you in this for?
I don't know. At least 3, maybe 4, mate. Definitely something substantial. But I didn't resent it. Great tournament. How you feel about Lena leaving us? You think it's good that the field is free for, someone a bit less experienced to win, which is obviously, when we think of the Sunday Million, we do think of amateurs and lower stakes professionals getting potentially life-changing scores. Or do you think it's a bit of a shame to lose, one of the undisputably one of the all-time greats?
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit it pretty well there, Sam. Because I don't play poker, really, I like hedging, right? So we've always got the hedge. There's 2 ways that we're really happy. It's, hey, we can point to really skilled professionals and say, hey, look at this. It's a skill game. The same people are constantly going deep in these things, or we get to have a relative amateur win life-changing money. And I don't know what any of the individual circumstances are of the people who are left, but it would be hard to imagine that it's not life-changing money for all 19 players who are still in this thing. And personally, that's what I like to see most. As someone who is a involuntary poker fan at this point, if I had to choose, I would choose that someone win life-changing money than someone say, hey, do you think we could speed along this winner's interview? There's a 5K starting. I want to hop in.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, as far as, non-pro, I like when a non-pro like you wins too, Sam. Just someone who straddles the line between pro and amateur. That's okay with me also.
Someone who relies on it to pay their rent, but also half the time doesn't take it seriously. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I like that.
So Freacher, again, with the spot they should take here with the 2s, made some very, very tight folds. Obviously, you don't want to hand another very solid fold, but it does open up. You know why I'm happy? Because EP 2014 gets to play the 9-10 of green. Absolutely beautiful.
The Grafton. Now, something I will bring up, Sam, is that there are currently 19 players remaining. 19th and 18th pay $26,100. 17th pays $35,400. So I'm not going to lie, Freacha could be a man after my own heart who really just wants free money for folding.
Sure. I mean, I'll never hold that against someone in this tournament. And Paramology, by the way, really going for it here. 3 high, not really a suitable hand for 3-betting, in my personal opinion. But does force EP off the very playable 9-10 of suited. So who am I to criticize? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was just, obviously I'm here for the kind of analysis, just drawing people's attention to the fact that really, if we're talking theory, 2s on the cutoff, all in, 3.8 million chips out there, right? A third of their stack should be shoving, but Freacher playing more cautiously, and we'll just see how that works out for them. May well be, that as happened when they had the ace queen of hearts, a better spot comes along. And you see, by the way, the effect. Yeah, the effect this aggressive play from Paramology has had. EB 2014 folding queen 10 off as well. Another very kind of conservative play. But while I criticized the deuce 3 suited 3-bet, playing aggressive kind of reaps rewards. The rewards kind of compound on themselves because you get players to tighten up. And although
Big flop here for Poker, who flops the queen high flush draw. Ace of spades in Paramology's hand. And kids, keep in mind, these are the number 1 and 2 stacks in the entire tournament. And we have not seen Paramology play with any sort of pot control up until this point. Ace on the turn, that's top pair for Paramology. I don't expect they're going to slow down. We have not seen any signs of slowing from the cool dog in the cool shade. 7.6 million.
Yeah, I like this size a lot. And Poker obviously going to continue with the flush draw. Has close to the direct equity to call.
No time bank.
Wow.
Raises here on the turn. Trying to take this down without having to hit one of those outs. And we've got 70 million in the middle. It's the 3 of spades on the river. Poker has got this. Paramology with the ace of spades might cause some trouble.
Anything could happen. I mean, Poker, by over-repping the hand on the turn, it's quite hard to even value bet, by the way, now. I think they will do so, but, I mean, the board is paired. Oh,
Poker shoves. Paramology with top pair and a spade blocker, the spade blocker.
This pot is way, way too big for these two hands. I mean, Paramology tanking. I mean, this would be huge. If they make a hero call here, Poker will have, I mean, over 200 million. And I hope for Paramology's sake that they find the fold here. I mean, the bluff would be something like Jack. Oh, my days, they're called.
Paramology makes the call. It is a hero fail. The number 2 player in chips cruising toward the final table makes a hero call incorrectly out of the tournament in 19th place. Poker now with a stack of 231 million.
Wow.
I am nearly speechless. I have not seen something so wild happen in such a long time. Poker all in now, shoving the button into 2, I won't even say short stacks, just 2 shorter stacks.
Yeah, I mean, that pot was so big. I mean, the shove, by the way, is almost a little bit reckless with the queen high flush. I mean, it's very hard actually to get called by worse, but it was so polarizing that his opponent actually thought, oh, you can't just shove a 6 high flush or like an 8, and you wouldn't raise the turn with a boat, so what can you even have? Absolutely sort of leveled themselves somehow into making this amazing hero call. And Poker now, coming into the home stretch, has a stack where they can really, really turn on the heat on their opponents. And, you know, I'm absolutely speechless. Really, really. I mean, all I could say is that Paramology will, you know, will feel a little disappointed in themselves. So, got a little bit egotistical in that hand. First with raising the ace, c-betting. These aggressive mistakes that bloat the pot sort of compounded on themselves. Obviously a very, very unfortunate river for them. You know, but
Sam, in a sense, you called it. When you saw that hyper-aggressive play with the 3 deuce suited, you said, hey, this might have worked out in this case. This is really not overall the sorts of plays I want to be seeing here. And that unbridled aggression, obviously, when it works for you, it's hard to get the slap on the wrist you need to get you to knock it off. And unfortunately, tangled with the one player in the entire tournament that could bust them, and Paramology out.
And on the other side of the coin, obviously the river gave poker a flush, right?
What is happening?
Just shoving.
Poker's just shoving on the whole table. I mean, everyone's short, I guess, with 2 million chips being the big blind. The biggest stack here is 16 big blinds.
Cheaps is, I presume...
It's a huge pay jump. The pay jump right now between 18th place and 17th place is like 9K.
Yeah, it's also the whole dynamic of this tournament and this table has completely changed now, right? So something remarkable has taken place. And we've now got a situation where instead of 2 chip leaders battling, there's one humongous chip leader who is just sort of, and gets a fold from ace-9 of clubs. So you see the power of that shove when a near premium, let's say. Freacher, by the way, please, 4 big blinds.
Let's go, Freacher. Come on.
You're not going to get that many spots to open. Poker is even incentivized a little bit to fold to keep you short. Let's go, mate. 4.5 million in the middle. At least raise nearly all in and then use your time bank. Come on, Freacher. Come on, mate.
Freacher.
Freacher.
Has taken.
Yes, there we go.
Okay, all right. Not everyone can do the almost all-in time bank move. We're going to give full credit for the shove from Freacher. Poker, I assume, is going to call this off.
Yeah, although they might have some sense of just how tight Freacher is playing, but I think you have to call against 4. Oh, no.
3 spades.
Oh, no. Wow.
This hand will end in a chop. You know what they say, Sam? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Chop pot. Yes, indeed.
That might have been so off that it worked in some small way.
The last thing I want to say about that remarkable hand is the river
Please
did come
go.
a spade. So on the other hand, I think it was Paramology, right? On the other hand, had the river not come a spade, poker's aggressive strategy, right, where they're raising the turn with a queen high flush draw that could be dead on a paired board and going for a very huge and therefore slightly thin value bet where it's hard to get called by, actually could have worked against them on the other hand. You know, so both of the players sort of made the pot a bit bigger than it should have been. Everyone played the hand as aggressively as they could, and in the end, it was poker who got the fortunate river card. So I don't want to be too critical of Paramology and too praising of poker because, you know, both of them really contributed to a huge car crash in a spot where really you should be playing a little bit cooperatively. Sizing should go down. Raises should be a bit less frequent. You don't really want to clash, either of you two, but they kind of went against the grain. All the money ended
what
up
you're
in the
saying
middle.
is, where are the pork chops? Where are the lamb shanks? Where are the T-bones? Because that hand was mangled by a couple of butchers.
No, it's a little strong, but yeah, I mean, but as it happens, poker 247 million chips and license to kill, and also getting these shoves through. And look, you're just up against deuce 6 off and jack 4 off, just you know, and probably wow, Moogie with the ace 5 suited. It's gonna be it's tough to fold this hand. Yeah,
Googly moogly. Little sourdough. Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
I do believe if cheaps folds and poker shoves, that Moogie is supposed to fold the ace-5 suited. There is already quite a lot of ICM. Moogie, though, my good friend Moogie, doesn't like to back down.
I haven't seen anything like this in some time.
I love it. Absolutely love it.
You can see this at a final table sometimes, but not when there's 18 players left. Just a player like open shoving every single hand. Because this pay jump is phenomenal, too. It's a 9K pay jump everyone's waiting for right now.
Yeah, and as we said, some of these players are in for $2 or $11 or, you know, I mean, even $215. A 9K pay jump is, you know, normally something you only see at final tables, and credit to poker, you know, you could sort of be happy with your stack and just be like, okay, I messed up and I've got fortunate, won a big pot, so I'm going to ease off. But really pedal to the metal. And Cheaps, who's got themselves short,
UTG.
really going to be pleased. Yeah, so this is so great when you're down to 6 big blinds with a big chip leader to act after you, to find a hand you're really happy shoving, where you can even get called by worse. Really nice feeling.
And this shove should get through. You can understand why folks may take a little extra time with their folds. Again,
I mean, they absolutely should be.
Yeah. Just an insane ICM situation. There's very rarely going to be a time in your life where you're playing a tournament where the difference between 18th and 17th is 360 buy-ins.
But not only that. I mean, half the players left in the, or 8 out of 18 players will cash for over $100,000, right? So I mean, it's not only just that you're short and
36 buy-ins. Sorry.
Niggles nuts with a very close decision. 11
page up
big
happened.
blind, pocket
18th place
nines,
out.
And does
Without,
pull off.
out.
This is
Everyone
the
has now
first
made the
time
pay jump.
someone's made a call against one of poker's really big shoves. Niggles nuts standing their ground.
9's holding. No spade on the turn. No 10 on the river. Double up for Nigel's nuts with the stars nuts.
Yeah, and to be honest, you're really happy to see 10-8 of spades, but it still doesn't feel good. I mean, you're still like busting 30% of the time here with 18 left and humongous money in the top 5 or 6 positions. So it's not an exciting spot to find yourself in.
I do want to cover the fact that one of the more accomplished players left in the field, Guizhou, did go out in 18th place, is a W Coupe champion.
Yeah, I didn't realize Guizhou was still there. Yeah, very strong player as well. Will have really fancied themselves in this field. Very aggressive, strong Brazilian poker player. And Cheaps now folds the queen deuce off. Very close decision with 6.5 bigs.
Freicha blinding down, going to be all in the blind soon. You hate to see someone get it in with Jack-6 when they've had other much better holdings.
Yeah, really, really tough.
Oh, that fill-in right there. Welcome to the table. Welcome to the final 2 tables.
Yeah, and the good news is for these players is that poker will have to slow down a little bit with the open shoving now. Jan Raz, 1983, obviously 45 big blinds, and Nigel's nuts with 25 big blinds just behind. That little orbit where poker could just jam at will with suited hands comes to a close.
Welcome to the table. You make that, and Jan Raz, 1983. We did mention that Jan Raz has satellited in for a very nominal fee.
Jan, 1983 kid as well? Not quite.
I wish I was 1983. Freicha with Queen Jack. Let's go. There it is.
Let's go. Yeah, and you make that with, again, this is just a very close decision. Not so much because you don't beat Freicha's range, but you've got 4 uncapped players behind, and it's a lot of your stack, and you make that, makes a tight fold. I think it'll be Janraz who picks off this shove now. Yes, indeed. I'd love to see a jack or queen for Freicha, who's been so patient, waiting for that pay jump. We'll see very meaningful money. You get the sense to them. A more
2 queens folded.
Style of play.
Jack's live.
1 ace folded. Not the.
Yep. Here we go. King high flop. 6 on the turn. No queen. No jack. Freicha did matter to ladder up. Out in 16th place for $35,448.
Yeah, GG.
15 players remaining. GG Freicha.
Yeah, and again, cheaps, I think they're the king nine, quite a powerful hand with 6 big blinds. One thing you've got to remember is 4.7 million in the middle. That's obviously a third of of a stack like that when you got 12 million. Maybe should have taken a spot. And Janraz, the first opportunity to VPip against the chip leader with the king jack off, turns it down, obviously deciding to stay out of poker's way. Makes some sense.
Ace King's suited for it. You make that. A little big, slick energy. I think it's pretty likely to get through.
Yeah.
Only one other face card out there.
I mean, poker is absolutely remarkable. I feel like every time we do one of these streams, maybe I've just been fortunate, amazing stuff happens. Obviously, last time I was in the booth, we had that amazing final 2 tables where Milan got kings 4 out of 5 hands or whatever, or 5 out of 6 hands and 10s once. It was absolutely remarkable. Here, just an amazing, completely unexpected clash between the 2 big stacks. Obviously, both remarkable hands. Poker with that big hero call to knock out Lena, and then, then a big sort of hand over hand situation, blind on blind versus the other chip leader. Really in the thick of the action. Certainly earned their big stack.
Yeah, I mean, that Paramology hand is haunting me, and I can't even imagine what is going to be happening to that player for the next, I don't know, couple of months, probably.
Yeah, yeah. It's
replaying
really
that hand over and over again.
Absolutely. Cheap's here with a king on the button. And again, I think we're really down to 3 big blinds. Each time we fold out, our fold equity is diminished even further. You make
is it
that
all a factor that it's poker's big blind and they can just flick it in with anything? You maybe at least want to be shoving on someone's big blind who's more likely to fold?
Sure, but on the other hand, you make that, can't call as liberally. So, now you have to get through 3 players or 4 players. I think it's much better to just shove into 2, where King High could just,
right.
I mean, you can't go through the blinds again. You literally blind out, right? And Nigel's nuts.
50 million for Nigel.
Just saying, poker, you can't mess with me. I'm putting it all in. I'm not going to give you a chance to make a move on me with pocket 3s or pocket 4s, something like that. And look at this, cheap's rewarded. I say all that, should put in the king 4 and finds the ace king. This is why you wait, I guess.
Cheaps or C heaps, maybe. Getting it in
Che apps,
for just a,
as I like. Yeah, Che apps.
your old pal Che.
Yeah.
And Janras makes the call, hits an 8, and it's lights out for cheaps. Back to the cheap seats, out in 15th for 35,000, and we are on another pay jump. 13K. If you're not the next player to go out, $13,000 in a $200 buy-in.
Yeah, and I really like this adaptation for poker. Still opens with the blocker, but king deuce off, not good enough to shove. Just goes for the raise. Don't think players are going to be inclined to mess around with the big stack. But Niggles Nuts will be defending here, you imagine. Even with the, oh my days, just puts it in. Wow, have some of that. I guess that's pretty good. I hadn't really thought of that as an option, but it's definitely not the worst, given how wide poker is going to be opening in that spot.
Y'all are playing poker. This person is playing poker. I mean, it's worked out. That hand, that hand, just a 110 big blind pot with queen high flush versus top pair. on a paired board.
Just incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Hojiro asked, what was the starting stack? That's the number of chips the players get at the beginning of the tournament. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, and this is pretty interesting. Muji going to fold the 9 suited. And Nigel's nuts does have some playability here with the King 9 suited. EP 2014, no fold equity in the ace 4 of clubs. Might be inclined to fold. Yeah, everyone just playing cautious versus covering stacks. Nice for Janraz to have us. Wow, this is very loose defend from Edison. Doesn't.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned Edison yet. New to the table. Edison.
Quite
Fifth in
something of a
chips.
regular, perhaps. I would imagine. I don't know whether it's my memory playing tricks on me. I seem to feel like I've seen them before.
Well, they have a Brazilian flag, so all signs do point to reg.
And look at this now. Muji with the aces. And Janraz with the 9s. EP with the jacks. Suddenly, everyone with something going at the table.
Stature confirms Edelson does have decent results online. Great googly moogly. Re-raise from the Stars Nuts. Pocket jacks for the shortest stack at the table.
Yeah, I mean, look how suspicious this raise looks, by the way. Raising off 9 bigs. Snap puts in the jacks for 5 bigs.
Moogly.
This is a great spot for Moogly.
Yeah, doing cartwheels right now. About to put the rest in. No need for any sort of deception here, I don't think. There you go.
Janraz is like, okay, I need a 9.
Janraz makes the call. 2 players all in. 9 on the turn. 9 on the river. Quadzilla. 9-9-9-9 knocks out 2 players. Great googly moogly out in 13th. EP out in 14th. And we're down to 12.
It's a cruel, cruel game. Poker is, I mean, it's just a sick, sick game. I mean, really got a feel for those guys. You wait so patiently for jacks and you run it into aces. You get aces in 3-way to rebuild your stack and be in I mean, by the way, you've gone through 52,108 people. You get dealt aces, and that's when you go out. It's absolutely sick.
You got to hope that there was some hands that... You got to expect there were some hands that held up along the way. Maybe even some 9s of your own that cracked aces in order to get to that point. But still, heartbreaking finish for both those players who got it in good. But, hey, let's focus on the positive. Janraz, the qualifier, crushing. Now second in chips, right behind Poker.
And this is where Poker might overdo it here. Yeah, I really like to see that. Thought about something. Wow.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and Edelson is in a bit of a tough spot here because they don't have many 6s. It's Janraz. Wow.
Oh.
And that...
All right, Janraz. Another fairly lucky run out here.
Sure.
Another good turn card for Janraz. Sam, are you ready? 7.5 million to the bet.
Edelson, shove, save me. Save me from having to sing Edelson. He never takes this line with quads. I don't think he can do it.
Just a call. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Let's chop pot, 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 pot. There we go. Everyone does love it. And a little bit of an unorthodox line for Janraz, 1983, but worked out favourably, keeping the pot a manageable size and getting a very fortuitous 6 on the turn. And this is just, wow. Janraz,
Oh my goodness.
Janraz just needs to like slow down. You know, this is a good lesson. You're so deep in this tournament. I'm not saying flat here is bad, by the way. Definitely may well be the play, but just no need to be snap acting. Just take your time. No snap lead, one big blind on a random. Just taking your time. And, you know, very, just chill it out. A lot of adrenaline. I can only imagine day 3 of the Sunday Million. I haven't actually played a day 3 of the Sunday Million myself, and I know you're elevated, the heart's going, you've been playing so much, but just taking your time, like taking the emotion out of things, really, really important. And you make that in a spot we've seen a lot of players get into, where you pass up a couple of close spots, and now, I mean, in fact, to be fair, you make that's barely had, got dealt a decent hand, and now very, very short indeed. 4.5 big blinds, and you know the ante very, very big in the Sunday Million. Got to find a hand soon. Have we seen Chavez Villa play a hand yet?
I don't think we have.
Yeah. Also a very substantial stack. A lot of chips on this table, by the way. Lot of chips on this table. I presume Janraz is second in chips. Maybe Chavez Villa even third. Lot of.
Do you want to know?
Yeah.
We could do the whole rundown. There's only 12 players left. It goes Poker, Janraz, Chavez, Asha Pasaya, Edelson, Black Beatty, Begines, Nigel's Nuts, Bamsey, Clacky, Conkers, and you make that in dead last.
Yeah, and you've really got to feel a little bit for Edelson, right? You're 5th in chips in the tournament, and you're 4th in chips on your table. I mean, if Edelson was at the other table, you know, this big stack sort of compounds on itself, as we've seen with Poker. You know, when you've got a big stack with a couple of tables left, license to raise, pressurize, you get more walks. But instead, Edelson opening the cutoff into 2 stacks that had nearly double their chips is a very unfortunate position to find yourself in.
Not a great flop here for pocket threes. Exactly the kind of board Poker can put some pressure on. Poker does take it down with the bet. Queen 6
makes sense.
Suited.
Just sort of playing fit or fold with the pocket threes there. Try and spike a triplet or get out of there.
Nigel's nuts with ace-6. Folds.
Yeah. Conservative fold. But Edelson with the king blocker will probably shove here. And I really don't know what you make that will do with the Jack 3 suited. I feel certain, I feel that it almost certainly is a call theory-wise. But what they'll actually do, it's not very exciting to bust the Sunday Million having gone through 52,000 people by calling off with Jack 3 suited, but they do make the call.
2 diamonds. 2 pair. Jack on the river, no good. You make that made $48,000. Not bad at all. Down to 11 players, and that means everyone else just pay jumped. Now the guaranteed payout, $65K.
And this is a crazy, crazy spot here. We've got 11 players left. We've got 4 of the top 5 biggest stacks all at the same table. I mean, they're playing deep stack poker as if it's sort of the mid stages of the tournament. Really, really remarkable. Very unfortunate, by the way, for poker, who should be really running things and running people over. It's just a lot harder to run over.
Yeah, poker's
people
running
that
real
have this
bad. You're right, Sam. What a tough spot for poker. Top pair for Edelson. Bets, wins. Ace tray suited for Chavez Villa. Vila.
Yeah, I mean, might be the first time we've seen Chavez play. Certainly their first open, I think, since they joined the table.
Poker on the
poker.
poker with king 4 off folds. Come on, Nigel.
Into the muck, Nigel. And I don't blame him for tanking here. I mean, this is a terrible spot, you know, to have 20 big blinds and be against these huge stacks for sure. You know, having said all that about the, about the fact there's so many big stacks, I do think we will see this still quite a lot from poker. Jan Raz 98.3, not put up that much resistance, just flatted and check folded the ace queen suited. Chavez played, not had much distribution, but played reasonably in line. Still do think it's opportunity for poker to make some chips, and this is really interesting.
Here we go.
Jan Raz could do anything here. Oh, just
poker
folds.
just folds the fours.
Yeah, a little surprised at that.
And Jean Ross getting the chance to open with ace king offsuit. And this should be a relatively painless experience for Jean Ross.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, that definitely suggests to me that poker has done some study, some experience. It tends to be, more experienced pros who understand pocket pairs in spots where you're just trying to raise and take the blinds, c-bet and get folds, where pocket pairs don't play as well. You just kind of want a blocker in these kind of spots. But, definitely suggest they do, like they're approaching things from quite a theory place. Personally, at this table, I would still open the fours, but really interesting fold. Going to be interesting to see how they approach things with this big chip lead.
One would expect this ace-king raise from Chavez Villa to get through also. Oh, it does not get through, and poker flops a 9. Oh, boy.
Very distressing for Chavez Villa. I see ace-king going to be the best hand still a bunch of the time. Checks back, and poker going to feel pretty good about this 9. Just the way people play. People don't tend to check back over pairs as much as they should on this snap calls with the ace-king.
Third pair on the river for poker.
I wonder if you could go like 10% here. Just a very, very small blocking bet. Yeah, really like this. Really like this for poker. Again, suggesting they are very experienced. Gets that little bit of extra money from ace high in a spot where people, particularly on final 2 tables, 11 left, you're not going to get bluff raise too often. Makes that blocking bet even more effective and ekes out a bit some extra chips. Really nice play from poker.
And really puts Chavez in a spot from being semi-comfortable to semi-uncomfortable now. Edelson raising ace tray on the button. 2 calls. We've got the gut shot for Janras. We've got the pair of 8s for poker. And lo and behold, the best hand pre-flop is a huge dog post-flop.
Yeah, I'd love to see Janraz call here. It's just very potent, this gut shot.
Oh.
Just because you can sometimes cooler your opponents, the backdoor flush as well. I mean, it's not like you're going to get all in very, very often here. I think that's, I would say, a significant mistake from Jamraz.
Well, let's focus on the positive, which is the short stack Nigel's nuts with, in my opinion, one of the best hands you can start with, pocket kings.
Certainly top 5. I don't know the exact hand. I don't want to get too theory, but I'm sure
I don't want to
it's in the top
debate
5.
it either. Yeah.
No, it's somewhere up there. We all agree.
Poker with 7-6 of diamonds, and I think we know Nigel's play here. We've seen it before. Ooh, all right. Different than I was expecting. Just a 3-bet, gets the fold regardless, and we are switching to the other table where the biggest stack is 140 million. And with the big blind at 3 million, what is that, 40 big blinds? 43 big blinds?
Yeah, and opening 3x, making it even more unappealing for people to get flat to flat. Saying to wow, Bams 25,
jams the deuces.
wow.
Picks up a modest pot. Black Beatty pocket deuces. What could go wrong?
Yeah, and this again is a sort of spot where, like with the fours fold, 2s isn't a great hand here. You don't. It works a little bit better because you could call conkers all in, but it really doesn't. It sort of unblocks good hands, if that makes sense. And Bams 25. Love to see a flat here, but goes.
Yeah, flat would be pretty
small.
chill, but big re-raise. Come on, you can set mine deuces. Let's do this. Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, you can do it. Let's go. Come on.
I mean,
fold.
Yeah, and you see, like, when you can't even call a tidy 3-bet, just shows the problem with that hand. But anyway, nice for Bamps 25, picking up a couple of big. Well, every pot is big now. Just getting a 3-bet through, picking up the blinds and antes, really, really potent stuff.
Shortest stack at this table is Conkers, and has done a great job of not running into it here with 10 high. 6s now for Bampsy. Deuces make another appearance, this time for Bejine.
Yeah, I think this is a bit different. On the button, it's not an exciting spot. Maybe we do want to shove 2s. Kind of close. Goes for the half shove.
A 6x raise. Gets through. We are at 10 players.
Yeah, and I think the 9-10 of clubs think this is
we're not hand
shove
for hand for some reason.
With the shortest. And really interesting here because Asha Pasaya folds, yeah, and it'll go to Bams 25, who'll have a comfortable call. And big confrontation for both these players. Either will be at the final table or Conkers will be back in it.
10 on the flop. River is a jack, though. Jacks beat 10s. There goes Conkers out in 10th. Final table will be happening imminently. However, still action on the other table. Pair of deuces right now is beating the flush draw of Edelson.
Yeah, a lot of money in the middle here. I'm not sure how this has happened. Poker, we did see protect a bottom pair with a very small bet in a super similar spot earlier. This time,
not as small this time, half pot.
And Edelson now having a real difficult time. A small bet would have been a very comfortable call. I mean,
oh boy, Edelson shoves with the flush draw, ace high, paired board again. Poker with bottomest of bottom pairs does let it go. All right. That does mean the final table of 9 is set, and it's Nigel's nuts, one of the shortest stacks, waking up with pocket aces under the gun. Congratulations to the final 9 players. You outlasted 52,120 total entries, not including yourselves, of course.
Yeah, I mean, this is something these players will be rightly proud of for the rest of their poker careers, whether that's their amateurs or professionals. I mean, very few people go through a field this big ever, and 88,000. Obviously, this would normally be about third place money, sometimes second place money in the Sunday Million that you've already received. So you know, it's really is a very impressive feat, and we've seen. Not only have we seen skilled play this last couple of hours, but we've seen a lot of heart, a lot of aggression, battling from all of these guys. Not least that last hand before we reached the final, where Edison just shoved it all in, giving a shout out to our brothers and sisters in Ukraine there. Shove, just ace high flush draw. Not easy to pull the trigger in that spot against the chip leader. When there's another $32,000 pay jump.
Poker, chip leader, absolute boss. Kicking things off here. Second hand of the final table. 7-9 suited. Edelson is going to call in position with ace-7 of clubs. And another big draw for poker.
Yeah, Edelson absolutely whiffing. Really makes me feel like Edelson is something of a more experienced player, whether they're professional or amateur. Certainly someone that's got a decent sense of ranges and position, power position, and the way equities, way ranges interact and equities are distributed. So it'll be interesting to see how they play. Really good seat as well to be on the left of poker, and poker will have to adjust if Edelson's stack increases, certainly.
Nom.
Pocket eights, if you didn't know what that was. The snowmen's for poker. Chavez with 2 6s. Flats, once again, in position. These 2 king 5s should not be super interested. Ace 10 is the flop. This is probably going to favor poker.
Yeah, although Chavez Villa got a very, very strong range in this instance in particular. Not someone we've seen inclined to VPIP lightly thus far. And that's why poker is a little bit worried. Doesn't just c-bet willy-nilly. And checks again. And, in other circumstances, maybe we could lift off, start turning 6s into a bluff. I wonder what Chavez Villa is trying to achieve here. Is this the beginning of a 2-street bluff, or did they feel they had the best hand? Either way, works out well for them, scooping up the pot and knocking out the better hand. Oh, my days. What's going on here?
We have got a couple of big pocket pairs. Fortunately for everyone involved, these pocket pairs are very likely to chop with each other.
I mean, I'm not being funny. There's only 3 hearts been folded. That means you only need 4. I only need 4 of the remaining 10. I'm just putting it out there.
There's only 4 spades that have been folded.
But hearts are just so potent, my friend.
As Jimmy Hartz would say, strawberries.
Yeah, and Black PT going to think that poker is messing around pretty often here. But because the bluffs contain ace, I think they may be inclined to just shove and scoop up the money. Guess they're working through, maybe just time banking to balance for when they have a more marginal hand.
All in, snap, 1 heart on the flop. Not enough. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say. I'm not doing it 'cause Sam
Everyone
left me.
loves a chop pot.
Yeah, you left me hanging out to dry twice. Fool me 3 times.
Wow.
Not happening.
Wow. Wow.
Don't
Never
say
leave your
wow to
wingman
me.
ghost tape toilet. You know?
Do not say wow
You're
to me.
You're
Like a
dangerous,
wingman that grabs a girl and drags her and says, hey, this is my friend, and then walks away. That's your idea of being a wingman.
It's true. It's true. I stand guilty as charged. I thought until you just said it then in a mocking way, I didn't even realize that wasn't, a fulsome introduction.
Wait, you mean that's not the way to do it? Domination
I was like,
here.
yeah.
Ace jack
and obviously
versus
a board,
queen jack.
a board that favors Edelson, he'll be able to c-bet probably his entire range on this board. And Black BT also with a hand that doesn't need to check raise, does really well. You want to keep Edelson wide, will just call in all likelihood, keep the weaker parts of Edelson's range involved.
Black BT checking again over to Edelson.
Yeah, obviously quite a nice spot for Black BT. Had Edelson got a hand like ace-queen with a club, might have applied pressure and tried to bluff Black BT off a jack. But because the queen jack beats queen 10, club draws 10-9, probably going to be content to just show down, beat a hand like jack 10 or jack 9. You would imagine.
Action folds around at Edelson. Ace-5 also folds. Looks like Nigel's nuts might be the first player to get involved in this pot. Queen suited.
Yeah, and just dust in the blinds. And
My second
just by
favorite
the
Kansas song.
and just by the wow, and this is a very loose defend, loosey goosey. Obviously, you are the covering stack. What? Oh my days! Very unexpected from Asha Pasaya, and Nichols Nuts just going to be a bit taken aback by this big lead, and just very unorthodox strategy gets it done somehow with the 3 of diamonds in hand. And I wonder if that's indicative of the type of strategy we can expect from Asha Pasaya at the final table. Excited to see more of this kind of unorthodox play. Really, really interesting. So one thing I was about to say, Asha Pasaya slightly stepped on my point there, is just a sort of slower beginning to this final table. These guys feeling things out, flat calls, checks and folds. That's obviously one of the things about being 9-handed. There's just less sort of loose opens, less cut off versus blinds, button versus blinds play, more strong hands out there. But also, I think these guys and girls realizing the enormity of the situation they're in. And, now you really are aware of how big these pay jumps are. Going 9th to 7th, almost doubling that prize money, 88 to 162. And as we've, a phrase we keep saying, but definitely a reason one, life-changing money in a lot of situations.
8's holding after this queen high flop.
If not life-changing money, an unbelievably good holiday. Let's say that.
Oh, man. I would love to be in a position where I'm like, $1 million. I guess it's a vacation.
Yeah. 120K or one great night in the strip club, as Joe Stapleton calls it, or a weekend in Rhinos.
I'll just say that
the
more money you have, the less fun it buys you at the strip club. I'll tell you, that's been my experience. The times in my life when I've been flat broke in strip clubs are about the only times I've ever had fun and didn't feel completely taken advantage of because I had nothing to give.
That's a personal anecdote. I thought that was one of Aesop's fables about the less money you have.
It was. I mean, translated. If you just have to read between the lines. Action folding around to Black Beatty, who folds, but it's Aja with Aja. And gets through the blinds. Time for another break. 9 players remaining. Out of the 51,000 plus total entries, everyone now guaranteed $80-some-odd thousand, $88,000. It was a crazy level. I need to steady myself. I need my rock. I need James Hardigan to take the reins.
I'm always here whenever you need me, Joe. I cannot believe we're already at the final table. I can't believe they've played down from 38 to 9 inside of 2 hours. I just want to take a quick break from the poker, though, because, Sam, we've already established that we're going to be recording a podcast tomorrow, and there's a lot to get through, and that means we're not going to be able to cover off all the movies and TV shows that we normally do at the start of the show. And I don't want to feel that you don't have anything to contribute here, but I know that Marvel movies aren't necessarily your area of expertise, aren't necessarily your forte. But yesterday I paid £13.99 for Spider-Man No Way Home, and I know that Joe has very strong feelings about this movie. I don't feel as strongly, and to be honest, I did not enjoy the experience of watching this film. All 2 hours and 28 minutes of it. It's at least an hour too long. But I do feel, Joe, that it hinges on one thing and one thing alone, and that is our nostalgia for other Spider-Man movies. And the problem is, as enjoyable as that is, the story itself isn't that strong, and there are some really silly plot holes in this. And I know we're dealing with a superhero movie. You scratch below the surface of any superhero movie, and of course you're going to uncover plot hole after plot hole after plot hole. These ones are blatantly on the surface in bold, italic, underlined.
Yeah, so by the time we got to the point where the nostalgia is supposed to take over and we're all supposed to be like, oh, this is so cool, all the different Spider-Mans are in this, I was so angry at how ham-fisted it was to get there that I couldn't possibly enjoy it. And I'm a dude that loves these movies, love the superhero movies, can look past lots and lots of flaws. But the fact that it goes bad decision on top of stupid decision on top of another bad decision on top of that, it's just all of this awfulness to get us to this point where I'm supposed to forget about all that because Tobey Maguire's in it. Who cares?
I mean, I guess, Sam, we could link it back to poker. It's a series of bad decisions. It's teaching us that bad decisions result in a negative outcome, right?
Yeah, I don't. I'm a bit
$1 billion
lost.
at the
I
box
don't know.
office.
I do see lots about the guy, Tom Holland, and his girlfriend, who's like very attractive. What's her name?
Zendaya.
Zendaya, thank you. Zendaya. Yeah, I see. I see those guys appear on my Twitter talking about how cute they are and so that's the only knowledge that I have.
That's as far as you go. I also feel, Joe, that if Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse didn't exist, that this movie may have had more of a USP. As such, it felt like an inferior version of that film.
Yeah, for sure. Even like the little subtle nods to it just didn't work. It was Peter Parker's supposed to be a genius. Stephen Strange is supposed to be a genius. And the two of them are like the keystone cops for this entire movie. I have no idea. The only thing that might save this movie is if there's if when the new Doctor Strange comes out and they're like, oh, that was some other idiot Doctor Strange who had taken the place of the real Doctor Strange. And that's why he acts like such a buffoon for the entire movie. It is god awful. It's so bad.
That is not implausible. If there's one thing these filmmakers love doing, it's retconning their mistakes. And we do know that Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness is on the way. In fact, I think there's a trailer for it at the end of this movie. I stayed until the end of the credits thinking I was going to get, like, you know, the Easter egg or the little extra scene. And no, it was just the trailer I'd already seen on YouTube for the next, what is it, number 28 in this seemingly endless series of movies. I think, Sam, you may have done the best decision just looking at pictures of Tom Holland and Zendaya in the gossip mags and not worried about watching any of these films.
Attractive couple, I must say. I also once tried to watch one of the Avengers movies, the last one that was the biggest movie ever.
You can't come in with Avengers Endgame.
No,
you need to watch the entire...
But let me tell you, there's so many references to stuff that's happened in the past. You can't. It's incomprehensible. You're going back. No. They were going back in time to do something, and I was thinking, come on, mate, like, this is ridiculous.
All the stories are interconnected. You're watching movie number 23 of 24. You can't ignore the first 22 films in the series.
I mean,
anyway.
Also, Iron Man created time travel in like half an hour. Like, he was like, oh, we need to travel back in time. And he like goes in his study for 10 minutes and he's back. It's created time travel. I was like, this is ridiculous.
At least you knew who he was. Joe Stapleton is going to take his well-earned break as Sam and I get back to the final table of this incredible edition of the Sunday Million, the 16th anniversary edition. More than $10 million in the prize pool. Huge sums still to be paid out. Everyone's now locked up 88.5 grand. There's more than $1 million up top. And we have got a disco. Asha, come back.
Wow. He's roommates with Tonka, I believe. He's gone for a short nap and overslept somehow. Or he's not paid the rent, not paid the astronomical internet bill. Bad times.
I mean, obviously... I don't know whether this is I'm not sure this is a timeout. I think this is a genuine internet disconnection, Sam. I think this could be...
Yeah. I was wrong to accuse him of doing a Tonka. I stand correct. Oh, he's back. Good. He or she, I should say. Asha Pasaya, back. Obviously, someone we saw get a little bit out of line just before the break. Nice time to come back, Hartigan. Right at the beginning of the final table. Because of the speed of eliminations, the sheer amount of collisions we had, also the short stack kept busting, actually. Short stack nearly almost didn't ever see a short stack come from behind and win. Actually, a very deep final table here. Obviously, beginners being the shortest with 15, but considering for a lot of the final 2-3 tables, at the feature table, at least, there was always someone with 4 bigs or 5 bigs or 6 bigs. Actually, a lot of play here, a lot of room for skill, aggression to come to the forefront, and for the better players to create really meaningful stacks. And we lose Asha Pasaya's.
Yes.
Lost the internet again.
Asha Pasaya playing from the United Kingdom, so maybe time to call BT OpenReach, although good luck trying to get hold of them at this time of night. I should do the little geographical tour of the final table, I guess, and let's go from the bottom to the top in terms of chip order. We have got, we've actually got four Brazilians at this FT. Beijing's one and Nigel's Nuts both playing from Brazil. Black BT playing from Germany. Bamsa 25 is a Swedish player. Edison RTG and Chavez Villa are the other 2 Brazilians at the table. Janraz 1983, we've already established, is from Denmark. Asha from the UK, and our chip leader, Poker, is playing from Belgium.
By the way, again, I feel like I'm always giving you compliments, Harkin. I love how beginners, just once we know he's Portuguese speaker, becomes Beginers. I loved how you just switched into the South American
absolutely
accent.
And if there's one thing you know, people have short memories. They're like, has he always said it like that? And the answer is yes, I have. I mean, that is quite incredible. I know that Brazil does crush and has been crushing for a long time, but to have 4 Brazilian flags at the FT of this Sunday Million 16th anniversary, where we started with more than 52,000 runners, that's pretty special.
Yeah, I mean, one of the notable things I think about EPT Prague was the emergence of the Brazilian crew on the live scene. Obviously, Seiji Star, who we've seen a lot of, took down the Mystery Bounty. Selwan 1991
Yes.
was victorious over me, heads up, in one of the 25Ks. Yuri was there, Pabritz was there, a whole bunch of guys. And, 2 big titles secured, but probably going to be something, a feature of the EPTs in the upcoming months and years will be the presence of these superstar Brazilian players. Not a group that we traditionally saw in Europe because of that distance of travel. And Janraz 1983 absolutely nailing the flop. Obviously, in general, a very good flop for pocket fours. Essentially, 1 overcard appearing. And a little bit of a larger size C-bet from Chavez. And I wonder if Janraz could consider leading here. Checks back.
So
Chavez may even bet again to protect against overcards, protect against flush draw and overcards, and get called by ace high sometimes. Checks back.
Yeah, and a bet of 9 million into 34 million by Jan Raz.
Yeah, and in general, you should really be going bigger than this on the river with this holding. But, I thought that was going to be almost the perfect size to get called by Chavez Villa's actual holding. Fours, I thought, would be compelled to pay that off. But very nice fold from Chavez Villa. Not sure whether that's just an adjustment to Jan Raz and on what they know about them. Go ahead, Hartigan.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, obviously every player at this final table is a story, but I guess the 2 biggest stories we are following, Jan Raz is one of them, Poker123 being the chip leader and being involved in that ridiculous hand against Paramology, of course, is one of the stories we're following. But I still can't get past the fact that we have a player at the final table who's locked up 88.5 grand, who is a micro-stake sit-and-go player, whose biggest buy-in was the $11 satellite they played to get into this $215 Sunday Million anniversary. I mean, that is absurd.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. And, it's just 52,000 people is just it's almost incomprehensible to imagine a Premiership football stadium packed out, and you have to go through all of them essentially to get to this final 9. Really, really amazing. And Chavez Villa, who we saw approaching things with a very solid strategy, obviously still not getting out of line. Queen Jack off in general, a pretty standard open, especially with Janraz playing a little bit tighter. But seeing a little bit more from Chavez. See, as I said, quite a good fold there with the pocket fours. You can get a little bit attached, quite attached, that holding on that run out. Opens here. See 2 overs to the 10, 3 to the straight, 3 to the flush. Definitely not the worst flop.
And Chavez makes it 11.6. Black BT.
Yeah, and a bigger bet is appropriate on this board as well. And the 8-8 just can't stand the heat with no real strong back doors. Also interesting that poker, obviously one of the signs of a really strong player is the ability to shift gears. And we saw Poker123 in this hyper aggressive role with 14, 15 players left, open shoving, raising every single hand. Now Jack 6 suited with, it doesn't seems like, oh, that'd be crazy to open. But before was, I think, so wide, just folds, happy to let this final table play out a little bit more. Interesting flop, by the way, James.
Absolutely. The open-ended straight draw for Bamsa 25 and top pair for Asha Pasaya. What do we know about Bamsa? Bamsa 25, playing from Sweden, a player with 4.5k in total PokerStars earnings. Tried their luck in a few satellites for this event, but ended up buying in directly. Best result before this, Sam, and again, I will highlight that the next player out gets 88.5 grand. Bamsa's previous biggest score was 8th place in a Winter Series micro event for 870 bucks.
Yeah, that's crazy. And look at this from Asha Pasaya. I do think that this is slightly overplayed.
Oh, hello.
What is this? What is this? What's happened? This is absurd.
Bamsa all in with the open-ended straight draw.
Snap all in, Bamsa. Come on, mate. Your biggest score is 4K. You can't just go all in willy-nilly with a fight just because you got the bottom end of the straight draw. And that's really, I mean, these guys playing for huge money, 30K pay jump. Asha Pasaya opening the door to get shoved on with the top pair. And Bamsa, a lot of heart to push all the money in there. Crazy, crazy hand, by the way.
And thank you to QB for Trolls for pointing out that Bamsa is like Teddy in English, and Bamsa is the name of that person's dog, not the player, the person who posted in Twitch chat.
There we go. Lot of information to digest there. Not quite sure what to do with all of that.
Anytime people want to talk about their pets, I'm here for it.
Sure.
Sam, would you rather have them talk about their pets or attempt to analyse the action at the table?
Oh, that's fair.
Thank you.
And a little bit of a pair over pair situation here. The 3 obviously is going to be good on occasion. Very hard to navigate to showdown though off this short-ish stack. Very few good turn cards. And Asha Pasaya blocks again. The queen kicker is quite powerful here because your opponent can't have worse 8x as well. And I think Begines has to fold here just because you have very little visibility. If your opponent's bluffing with 9-10, if they follow through on the river, you're forced to fold. And Asha Pasaya, great river card for them. Now they'll be hoping Begines.
I mean, you can't call here with just a 3, right? For that significant a percentage of your stack.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit weird because number of hands that want to go 3 streets is limited. But you don't block any of the 7-9, 7-5, 10-6. I guess a 4 is quite a good card to have. I mean, I personally would have folded the turn and wouldn't arrive here. Queen doesn't change much because Asha Pasaya should very rarely be bluffing with a queen in their hand. That said, I mean, you're bottom of your range, right? So I think that makes it a bit easier to fold. You don't necessarily raise a king on the turn or on the flop. So you can just get here with a lot stronger hands. You can have a hand like exactly as Asha Pasaya has. The Queen 8, obviously giving it some real thought. And Asha Pasaya has played very recklessly on this final table. And maybe Begines is aware of that from, you know, these guys might have played together yesterday or earlier. Seems like a real decision. And they'll be left with absolute dust if they make this call.
Yeah, I mean, 14 million, 23 million behind, and makes the call. And is left with shy of 7 million, although now has 10s in the small blind, an opportunity. Who's going to double me up, they're thinking.
Yeah, and you feel for Begines there, just leveled themselves. Was a little bit deceptive. Asha Pasaya obviously able to go for that big value bet on the river, having improved to 2 pair. Bit unfortunate. Had the river been an ace or paired the king, may well have gone check, and Begines would have been left with a more workable stack.
Well, assuming this is blind v blind, Sam, it's going to be a shove and a call because poker has to call with any 2.
Wow, Hartigan with the solver. Human solver, James Hartigan. If your opponent shoves 1.5 big blinds blind on blind, he will call with 7-6.
You may mock. I wasn't wrong, though, was I? And that is going to be a double up for the 10s. We're still at the 1.75, 3.5 million blind level. And, oh, hello. kings at the table.
Yeah, and this is a great spot for Black BT with the kings. And poker does have an ace in their hand. Obviously, with Beginez being so short, Black BT, something of a middling stack. I mean, there's just a small chance that poker applies some pressure here. You know, 21 million leverages Black BT's entire stack. If they had a hand like Ace Jack, oh no. I mean, I don't think that this is the way we approach it.
I mean, I was going to say courtesy double up alert, but there is often an ace on the desk. I know we've seen one folded. Let's see what happens. And it is a clean run out for the kings, and Black BT doubles up, and they are now pretty much tied for the chip lead. I think poker has the slight advantage, but is no longer the dominant force at this final table.
Yeah, and I really admire poker's aggressive instincts. That's what's got them this huge stack and got them in the catbird seat on the final table. That said, I think that's just a bit of a misstep. Black BT is going to, you know, you've got to account for the fact that Black BT just is already opening so tight in that spot. We've not seen Black BT do anything to suggest they're trying to, you know, steal the blinds there. And I think the shove is just a little bit too much. Obviously, having the ace is important, exactly because when you're up against kings, you do have those 3 outs, but just a little bit much for me there. You know, and poker's got to be really careful now because that really pulls them back a bit more into the pack. Much less separation from Jan Raz and Black BT and even, you know, players like Charlesville, you know.
This is an observation that I will allow and I think is quite pertinent, and it's from Son of a Perch, who says, some tired minds on this table. It's something that comes up again and again, Sam, when we talk about multi-day MTTs. A long day's play on Sunday night, a long day's play on Monday night, and now you come into day 3. Every decision is paramount now because look at the jumps with every single elimination, and maybe you're not playing your best anymore.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I probably don't say off enough. I'm coming into this broadcast, you know, absolutely fresh, ready, you know, to talk about poker and things. And of course, I still misunderstand spots and get things wrong. These guys, 3 grueling days of play, probably the most pressurized situation any of them have faced. Of course, there's going to be mistakes and missteps, you know. And as I said, it's poker's really strong aggressive tendencies that have got them in this position. Just, you know, I do want to offer the audience my opinion, you know, and you can hit the ace there. I mean, that absolutely happens. And then poker has an even bigger stack, and which will compound on itself. Now, I've got to say, I played a day 2 on Monday, and I played a big final table. I made a bad call off, which I sort of looked at afterwards and regretted. And that was just after a long Sunday, let alone after a long Sunday and a long Monday. And look at this. Nice from Janraz. Recognizing the king can't show down, trying to fold out an ace-high heart or a 7-8. Exactly, by the way, the type of hand Chavez Villa has. And subtle play there from Janraz, and an important pot to pick up.
And I have to take issue with this comment from Paulie Young, who writes, this final table's a shit show. Paulie, Sam Grafton is trying his best. Please let the man speak. Heed his words. Not everything he says is stupid.
Yeah, and also you're banned.
Oh, that too.
And really interesting from Janraz. A hand that we could just shove over Edelson's open. Elects to just call, keep in the dominated combos. I don't mind this play as long as I was about to say, as long as we don't fold on the 9-high board. Do you think, even though playing results, Edison did have the pocket 7s, they can easily just bet king queen or ace queen on the flop. We've nearly always got 2 overs. I think we do have to go to the turn, especially with a club.
And Chavez Villa opens with king queen, bumps up with 8-6. Nope.
Another interesting thing about this final now, James, is we do have something with the exception, obviously, of Beginez. We do normally see sort of one dominating stack.
It's true.
Very, very equitable final table. Ajipiasa 150, Poker 164, Janras 160, Black BT 160, and then Bamsa and Edison still with, over 30 big blinds. Certainly, they would, if they doubled through someone, they double into the chip lead, right? It's really is anyone's final. This $1 million could go to, obviously Beginez, very unlikely to be the winner now. But like all eight guys and girls in contention.
Yeah, and when you talk about the chip distribution, that does make me think that we are more likely to potentially see deal negotiations with a significant number of players still in, especially when we're dealing with players who aren't used to competing for these sums of money, who would be very happy with a significant six-figure score. Now, last year, we covered the Sunday Million anniversary, and we thought we were going to see a deal. No deal was done. They played for it all. It was awesome to watch. I don't know. I doubt that's going to happen 2 years in a row, unless one player can really, really do a poker, as it were, and accrue a quarter, a third, 40% of the chips in play.
Yeah, indeed. And very loose defend. This has been the modus operandi of Asha Pasaya. We saw them call defend the 6-3, and now full deuce. Really as low in the range as you could get. Check, but credit to them. Check calls when they're ahead. Check folds as they. Oh, and wow, Beginez picking up the bullets just in time. The cavalry coming over the hill.
Nom 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 nom.
Start to celebrate the snowmans, even though they've walked into the aces.
Yeah, and Asha Pasaya also with a hand that you do want to VPip. With a short stack behind, might have even elected to 3-bet. And Beginez, this is dream stuff, by the way. This extra big blind Asha Pasaya is putting in is very significant as well. Especially with a hand that's drawing largely dead against aces. And weird now for Edison, because if you call, you do open up the opportunity. Very rare that it will happen for Asha Pasaya to back raise.
Decides
and as a result
to isolate and.
I mean, the hand should be over now. Yeah, Asha Pasaya does fold.
And aces are good so far, and aces are going to double up, more than double up. That is a huge pot as far as Beginez is concerned, and now playing 44.5 million. Still the shortest stack at this 9-handed final table.
Yeah, but I mean, I believe essentially back where they were before making that 3-street cooldown. Like literally, as almost as if that hero call has been erased. Really nice feeling for Beginez. When you get this sort of extra life, fortune, pick up the 10s, pick up the aces in one orbit, and back where he started. Sort of feels like a bit of a free roll. And two of those stacks that we mentioned, as the chiplets.
I mean, look, the last time we saw the two biggest stacks of the table go to war, it was carnage, and I loved every second of it. Although, actually, it's Janraz who's the chip leader now. It's very close, as you mentioned a short while ago, Sam.
Yeah, quite a fluid situation.
Yeah.
Poker does actually pick up 4 outs against the jacks now, but with that ace, a lot of gut shots out there. Black BT going to be inclined to bet for protection. Just hope that Poker has turned a top pair.
And now it's queens for Poker. I'm guessing Asha Pasaya might open the action with Kojak.
Yeah, and again, Asha Pasaya just a wild card to have at the table. Really, really fun to have them around because, anything could take place here. Very standard open for sure from Asha Pasaya with these two blockers covering the big blind.
Oh.
Oh no. I'm amazed at that fold. I can't understand how he can defend 4 deuce off and then fold king jack, but some sight beyond sight from Asha Pasaya and Edelson with jack 10 off, and that even under ICM, I do believe we're going to have to defend. This raise going to feel quite strong.
So the set of queens for poker, but the open-ended straight draw for Edelson, facing a bet of 8.2 million.
Yeah, Edelson just going to take their time.
And now a pair to go with that straight draw.
Yeah, absolutely. Pulling ahead of some king highs, some pocket pairs, some 9x, and poker fires again. And this 10 may keep Edelson around. Obviously, a modicum of showdown value. You beat like pure bluffs if they exist. Not an exciting situation to find yourself in. And wonder what we're supposed to do here. I think poker will just shove and hope his opponent has an ace. I do believe that we should check sometimes here, but we'll go for it.
Just full on, go for it. Full house, have some of that. Call all in if you feel like it. You'll lose.
Yeah, and I wonder, I hope Edelson doesn't level themselves here. In the same manner, Beginner's tank, so polarized, this river shove. But, yeah, absolutely rightly folds. You've got a lot of other hands.
Yeah.
You've got every straight, every ace-x that you can call with.
Poker back over the 200 million mark and back in the catbird seat.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to feel for Edelson there. Although, obviously not an elimination. Left very damaged. Played the hand absolutely fine, I think. But lost a significant portion of their stack just running into a very strong holding from poker.
And blinds are up. A reminder that we are playing 20-minute blind levels now until the conclusion of this final table. We're at the 2 million, 4 million level.
Yeah, and Asha Pasaya with the ace-10 of green and Edelson with pocket 9s. And this 3x is a little bit weird. Going to slightly diminish Edelson's fold equity. Certainly their perceived fold equity, maybe their actual fold equity with the 9s. What does Edelson think of this? Is this stronger hand because they've 3x? Is this a weaker hand? Decides the 9s is good enough against an aggressive opponent. And what does Asha Pasaya do now? Ace-10 doesn't do well. If we imagine Edelson's range of sort of 9s plus, even
it's a call.
That does call.
And we're off to the races. And 9s hold, and it is a double up for Edelson.
And these are obviously really big swings. $30,000 extra in everyone's hand if Edelson loses that flip. Obviously, Asha Pasaya would be catapulted into second in chips. I mean, very meaningful, these all-ins. Very, very meaningful. I've got to say, I would have felt for Edelson, who seems to have played very well on this final table and final 2 tables, if they'd exited there. I think deserved a little bit of luck. But also loving Asha Pasaya, the wild card, with some chips as well.
The wild card. Ace-3 shoving small to big against Queen 10. Jan Raz 1983 with the decision, elects to fold. A good observation from Tom, lots of doubles at this final table, 0 eliminations. And look, we say this every single week. there comes a point in any poker tournament, normally, where the action slows down. Suddenly, the average stack goes up, and we had, less than 2 hours. We got from 38 to 9. We hit the final table before the second break. So it's not really surprising that we played the last 30 or 40 minutes without a single bust out. Although I do feel that probably we'll lose at least one player before we hit the next break in 25 minutes' time.
Yeah, and obviously it's a product of the all-ins. I mean, Beginez was down to 1.5 big blinds and just happened to get tens and aces, right?
It's true.
A treble up and then another treble up. There, obviously, whereas I feel like when we came down the home stretch of final two tables, the flip always favored the big stack. We had a lot of king 4 versus ace 8 or pocket 3s versus, king 10 or what have you. And it always seemed to be the covering stack that won that. It's gone the other way on this final thus far, anyway.
So the king 10 raise, king 3 in the big.
Yeah, and Chavez Villa playing very well. You can see Janraz 1983 again folding the king queen off on the button, despite covering Chavez Villa. Certainly a hand some players would elect to VPip. Chavez Villa with acting after poker and Asha Pasaya are folded sort of has a clean run, if you like, at those blinds. I think people are going to play quite honestly after acting after Chavez Villa, and they seem to be taking advantage of that. And don't blame the Brazilian if they fold here. Beginez certainly played in long. This is a very strong looking open. We can see it's essentially the bottom of the range, almost like the bluff open. But when the bluff open is as strong as king queen, the raise fold here is king queen. Probably, let's say, ace king off, sometimes going to get shoved. Ace queen off, going to get shoved. King queen suited actually doesn't match up too well against it. We'll see, though. There's some chop pot potential, but actually the positional advantage and the strength of Edelson's range means this won't go to showdown that often. Yeah, and I don't blame Beginez for checking here. A lot of Edelson's hands going to be hands like nines, jacks, maybe even aces would want to flat here some amount of the time. Edelson would definitely rather have a backdoor flush draw, but might recognize that this is essentially the bottom of their range. Goes for just a min bet on the flop. And Beginez with king queen struggling to continue. Nice play from Edelson, recognizing the strength of their own range. Go ahead, James.
I don't really know this, Sam, but when someone posts their first ever comment in Twitch chat, highlights it as first chat from viewer, and Switters145 has chosen his first ever post on the PokerStars Twitch channel to say, Sam Grafton is an amazing commentator and I appreciate both the information and the way it's presented.
Wow, love that. Thanks, Mum, for opening that new account and tuning in.
Black BT with the ace-king suited.
And I think I'm right in saying this has been quite a rise for Black BT, who was one of the more modest stacks, I do believe, with 12, 13 players left. Things really gone their way. Obviously, that double with kings, particularly important. But, really nice to see. Now tied joint with poker after stealing the blinds there.
It never gets old, does it? Poker.
And again, another steal opportunity. Asha Pasaya again with the king jack off on the button. Snap folds. I think maybe Beginez being so short, keeping everyone somewhat in line. And this jack 7 suited does sort of wrap around the 9 somewhat. You can see some potentiality to it. Possible candidate even for a check raise here. just with these inviting back doors when you don't enjoy check calling, does go for the check call. And Black BT won't be happy to see the 8 come off. See 7, 8, 8, 10, flush draws all outdrawing the 6. Much easier actually to have a bluff hand here than the middle pair. And now I do believe poker, poker makes a straight actually. I was about to say it needs the bluff. Does back into it. And goes for a tiny sizing. Aware that on this run out, they really don't have too many bluffs. Ooh, I don't know about that payoff. I guess
poker.
there are, yeah.
Now back
Switcheroo.
over 225 million. It's amazing that after losing that huge pot has slowly started to get that stack back up again.
Yeah, and obviously their chips moving from the second in chips to the chip leader. And, you know, a lot of kind of quite solid players on this final. It is absolutely right to be solid in this exact spot. You see, Asha Pasaya, who played some quite crazy hands, now folding Jack 10 of diamonds on the button, which I do believe we should be opening here. And, you know, it's poker. And therefore, because there's a fold there, just like, I mean, King Queen probably would have got VPIP some way anyway. But you know, poker able to have a very easy shove blind on blind. Ooh, and now this will be interesting for Asha Pasaya. Really tricky to play. Don't really want to flat this hand. Don't want a 3-bet fold. It's quite a lot to jam, by the way. I think I would jam against Black BT opening off this. Oh, my days. And just folds the ace queen. Really awkward situation there. I don't believe what we want to do is fold, though. I mean, very, very difficult to play, but I do think we have to VPIP it either through a jam, most likely, or a flat. And it shows the power of being first in, though, right? If you're able to raise ace 8 and just get ace queen to fold in the next seat, it's you know, a great spot to be opening wide.
So Black BT with ace 4, poker with ace queen, Nigel's nuts in the big blind with ace jack. Looks like this might get folded to poker.
Yes, indeed, and let's just imagine how wide poker is going to be opening here. Like if poker had ace deuce off, or king 3 suited, or jack 7 suited, very likely they'd be opening. And as a result, I really would never blame Nigel's nuts for shoving here. I feel very certain that's what I would do.
Gets it in bad, dominated, and needed to get lucky. Ace changes nothing, no jack on the river, and we are finally down to 8. Nigel's nuts eliminated from the final table in 9th place, cashing for $88,500, and now poker has that dominating chip lead once again, close to 300 million. Meanwhile, the final 8 have all locked up at least 120k. Everyone's going to get at least a 6-figure score now.
Yeah, and yet again, something, you know, going in poker 1-2-3's direction there. Obviously, you know, not only you know, having the ace queen, but just being up against one of the not flipping against 9s or 10s, just being up against a combo, you know, or even a bluff like king 10 suited, right, which is much more live. Really having your opponent pip such a nice position to be in and holding, and this is a very, very commanding stack that poker 1-2-3 now has.
Yeah, good point from Moth TV. Yanraz 1983 has turned $11 into at least 120k.
Yeah, I mean, a 6-figure score. Black BT really, really not. I think Queen 9 is not a hand I personally would raise, but certainly you want to be raising a lot there, pressurizing Bamps. And wow.
another domination situation. Black BT with ace queen. It's the ace king for Edelson, who opens to 8 million.
Yeah, and once again, a situation being out of position where you can think about just jamming. These offsuit hands play a lot better generally as shoves. A little bit more than you'd want your opponent to have in this situation, to be honest. But I think this is probably a real tank. Elects to 3 bets. Now, I guess
Can they fold to a 4-bet jam is the question, Sam. Having committed 22 million, if Edelson now gets it in, Black PT has to call, right?
Yeah, they're 3-bet calling. They're just allowing Edison to make a jam with a hand like ace-4 suited or ace-5 suited. I do believe that that's the approach there. Maybe not.
Not a snap call.
I mean, you don't do very well against the value range. The shove was quite quick. I mean, this would be really remarkable fold. Does
fold.
3-bet fold. Really, really interesting choice, Black BT. And as it turns out, absolutely correct. You know, I mean, this is the amazing thing about poker. There's just very few right answers, or, you know, sometimes we think we have the right answer. But Black BT there, taking an approach different to how I would. Shoves here, and Asha Pasaya, ace-king suited, has really sought to avoid confrontation. Thus, and folds the ace-king.
Folds the ace-king to a button jam on 2 short stacks with ace-king suited?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think the reason you have to call that is obviously you're unfortunate to be up against queen 10 suited, but very often you're going to be up against an ace 3 or an ace 4 or an ace 5, king 8 suited or something of the like that you have absolutely crushed. You know, and Asha Pasaya electing to fold. And we'll see whether this solid strategy is rewarded, because that's certainly a very, very tight fold. Also really interesting given how wild they played at other points on this final. Bamsa with 8s now.
Num.
Snowmen's, after we had the under the gun raise with queens, the snap flat from Yanraz with ace queen. And what's Bamsa going to do with this pair?
Yeah, I really don't think we should be shoving here. Just this Janraz is often going to have maybe even a hand like jacks or 10s, certainly 9s, and sometimes call if we squeeze. Yeah, I really don't mind that fold. Really don't mind that fold. Obviously, when you fold 8s, now you're hating seeing the flop come down. You just really don't even want there to be a flop in case there's a snowman on it.
Oh, Chavez, always an ace on the desk. I feel your pain. By the way, I know obviously a lot of people slightly confused by Asha Pasaya's fold there with the ace-king after the questionable call with ace-10 earlier. Worth highlighting, Asha Pasaya was in the half of the field that had locked up their best ever score just by making it to day 3. That min cash coming into the day being $14,000. Their previous biggest result was 8K back in 2019.
I mean, this is really remarkable. Janras has bet the ace here for a little bit of value, and Chavez Villa, I believe, are they turning queens into a bluff here? I really don't. Oh my days, they've just shoved ace queen now.
Yes, Yanraz, yes. That's how you get above 200 million. That's how we move up the ladders. Come on. Qualifier.
Yeah. I mean, qualifier just going ham. Really, and Chavez Villa having played really, really well on this final. A bit of a misstep there. A little bit, almost like frustration that the ace has come. Now the worst card you can see on the turn is the jack, I guess, next to a king. And for some reason, sort of altered their strategy and you know, tried to bluff or buy showdown for a certain price. I really don't know what happened there. Quite uncharacteristic of what we've seen Chavez Villa. Maybe this pressure situation getting to them. And Janras, one of our big, and well, Chavez Villa, well, I mean, really some big hands here. Nines on the button.
Nine's just flat, and this is a great spot for Chavez because this will be more than a double up if they win here.
Yeah, and very likely poker is going to just isolate and force out the nine.
Exactly.
And it's a
which
great
is
spot.
great.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
And there is the isolation raise. Edelson will probably be forced to fold, and it will be a domination situation. Chavez Villa is the at-risk player, but the player who's a 3-1 favourite has to fade a 10, and does. And Chavez Villa more than doubles up, courtesy of the dead money from Edelson.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. I mean, actually, Beginers with ace-10 here might be go time, even versus the under the gun. But again, another situation where we, as it happens, we see the shorter stack doubling up, and now being on 22 big blinds. And these guys have got a tough fight ahead because Beginers is being very cautious with this short stack, nursing the short stack. You know, got a very important steal through with the deuces, picking up the blinds. Not inclined to give up put their tournament life at risk lightly.
Eights versus sixes on a 10 high flop.
I mean, again, Chavez Villa electing to raise here with a hand most people would call. And again, sort of trying to set a price for showdown. I don't think they're trying to bluff. I think they're just trying to force out two overcards that might barrel. And eights, really hard to play, actually, because, yeah, like doesn't improve easily. Almost kind of better to have two overcards with a backdoor flush draw versus that raise that at least you know where you're going. And Chavez Villa has once again created this very large pot with a kind of mid-strength hand and a bit unsure as to where they are. Do they want to now bluff? Right? Doesn't, checks back. And even Black BT now might even try. You might try and bluff Chavezville off jacks, right? Or like 10, jack 10 suited. Very weird. I don't think anyone quite knows what's going on here. I believe Black BT will just try and show down. No, you see, all crazy stuff is happening. Black BT is bluffing now with eights into sixes. And,
and I love it.
And this is just one of the problems of this strategy that Chavez Villa has employed there, where, you know, yeah, just a very strange hand.
But crucially, it's entertaining, and we are loving it.
Amazing final, really, really, really entertaining, and also just, I mean, I have trouble just even keeping up with the speed of action. So much happening each and every time. Very little time to draw breath even. I mean, it must be really difficult for these players. As we said, after so many days of play, Bamsa with a cuspy decision with the ace-10.
Don't do it, Bamsa.
Yeah, you do feel like ace-jack they would certainly call. Ace-9 they would certainly fold. Could Chavez Villa be a little bit tilted? Makes the fold, and it is the correct one.
And
on these finals, of course, you do just want to be the first one into the pot. You want to be the one shoving. You want to be the one with the fold equity. Have to be very tight calling off. And again, I believe Black BT will just shove on the button here with the two high cards. Obviously, we can see the blinds have nothing, but I think this would be the correct strategy no matter what. And again, so fluid, James, really changed the dynamic again. Now we do actually have a big separation. Three really big stacks. Beginner is just forcing the mid stacks to play so tight.
And blinds about 3 minutes ago went up to 2.5 million, 5 million. So you've got Beginner's playing a 5 big blind stack. Asha playing a 10 big blind stack. Chavez not that comfortable either. I mean, real pressure on these three guys. All in now with King Queen, unlikely to find a customer from 5-4 and 7-6.
Yeah, nice from Asha Pasaya, as we say, has played very conservatively, but King Queen are absolute must shove. And again, 13, pick up nearly a quarter of his stack. In fact, a quarter of his or her stack there. So really important to get that shove through.
So it is still poker with the chip lead. Black BT not that far behind. Yanraz, the qualifier, the other player who's got more than 200 million right now at this 8-handed final table of the 16th anniversary Sunday Million. 10 million guaranteed. A reminder that with more than 52,000 total entries, the actual prize pool was over 10.4 million. There is more than a milli up top, and we are going to follow it through to its conclusion. We're going to watch the winner crowned tonight. 7 more eliminations.
And to less experienced poker players or viewers, there again you see the power of that big stack. Poker able to shove 6-5 off, blind on blind, and know that Edelson can only call very, very tightly. And yeah, normally I might predict a raise from Asha Pasaya, but hasn't been the way they've approached it. I think we'll see a fold here to Poker, who will undoubtedly, well, I say undoubtedly, I think with Janras in the big blind, we do want to be opening the 6-5 suited. And Edelson versus a chip leader opening very wide. Ace Queen, I think we want to just shove, not allow any suited hands to see a flop against us, not allow pocket pairs to full bet shove. Obviously, just one of the things in tournament poker, just getting dealt these strong hands, these strong blockers, worth a lot of money every time you're dealt them.
And Ace Queen suited for Asha.
Yeah, just deciding between shove or raise. No.
Or
come on.
fold.
Ooh. Ooh. I mean, I guess we just have to recognize Bezhinez, 4 big blinds, 42,000 pay jump, which is 200. But look how tight Bezhinez is playing as well. I mean, it must be super frustrating for these guys. You're trying to outlaw Bezhinez. Bezhinez is folding Jack 10 with 4 big blinds, especially against a big blind that has to play quite tight versus a shove. I mean, you would have.
We can't ignore the dynamic that this stream plays in the way this final table will be played. They might not be listening to what we've got to say, but make no mistake about it, these players will have this on in the background, and they will be able to see key hands, they will be able to see key action 30 minutes later, and that will then inform the decisions they make moving forward. If you see folds like that, you're going to start abusing your opponents.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, I mean, Black BT, when they know if they were to know Asha Pasaya is folding Ace King in a small blind, how wide can you shove? Just incredibly wide. And this is very close, getting 2-1 on a call with the 9-8 high. Black BT, having a genuine tank, decides to call off.
Ace high flop. There is an 8 as well. And a 9 on the river. The 2 pair for Black BT. And the elimination of Bezhinez, our second KO from this final table. 8th place finisher receives just over $120,000. Black BT reclaiming the chip lead now. And everyone locking up at least $162,955.
Yeah. And I feel a little bit for Bezhinez there. Fought bravely. Got it in good and out in 8th place. Asha Pasaya getting the pay jump that they have been after, perhaps justifying a little bit more the tight strategy, at least in their own mind. Again, I mean, obviously you're going to bust there with the ace king of clubs against queen 10 suited, 35% of the time or whatever it is.
So poker is officially number one, but it's close. I mean, Black BT and poker pretty much tied for the number one spot. Yanraz third on the leaderboard right now.
What do you think Asha Pasaya is going to decides to call off 11 big blinds? Again, somewhat unconventional. See, we can see probably would have got a fold from ace-9 of spades and not a great flop for the eights, right? But on the other hand, Janraz trying to picture Asha Pasaya, well,
Don't
does
fold.
bet.
Please don't fold. Phew. And I think this pot is going to go in Asha's direction. And those 39 million chips in the middle, very, very welcome as we come to the end of the session. 2 bust outs during the last hour. 7 players remaining at the final table of the $10 million guaranteed Sunday Million 16th anniversary. Poker and Black BT, the 2 big stacks. A few shorties in the field. 1 million up top. And we will continue in around 5 minutes' time to play down to a winner. We've got Sam Grafton with us on stream. Also thrilled to welcome to the PokerStars Arena, joining us to see out this final table, Mr. Nicholas Walsh. We've got the band back together. Nick, how are you?
I'm very well. It's a pleasure to see you boys. It feels like only last week I was with you. So
I know.
strange.
I know. And last week we were all in the same room. Now we're all in our individual boxes. So here's the thing, Nick. I remember very clearly this time last year, it was roughly a year ago, it was just at the start of Scoop, so it was end of March, beginning of April, and I remember we were on stream, and that was when we announced that, Sam, you were going to be part of the PokerStars roster, you were going to be wearing the red spade, you were going to be a member of Team Pro, and rep PokerStars at live events, which are now back, and still to continue to be part of these broadcasts. Well, fast forward 12 months, and now we can confirm Nick Walsh, you are the newest member of Team Pro. You've just signed on the dotted line.
Thank you very much. That's true, and I'm thrilled. Honestly, I'm actually shaking right now, you guys. This really means the world to me. All of you that have followed my progress over so many years of doing commentary and then playing, like Power Up and then playing, all these other wacky formats that have shown up and then, returning to Spin and Goes and now trying to play more MTTs. It's been a huge journey to get back to this place, and I am utterly honored. Thank you so much to everybody who supported me, and thank you very much, guys, for considering me part of the team. I really appreciate it.
Well, you're very much part of this team, and now you're part of Team Pro. But I guess, what's the future looking like, Nick, in terms of what are you going to be doing to earn your paycheck?
That's a great question. I have actually pitched.
Don't work too hard and make us all look bad. We got to keep the pace going. Don't come firing out with loads of Instagram stories and just keep it tranquilo here. All right.
Okay. I pitched a few ideas to PokerStars about what I wanted to try and accomplish this year, but I am on a completely new journey now, you guys. Basically, I will be living almost exclusively on the PokerStars Central channel, so you guys won't see me on my own independent channel like in the past. I'll actually be on PokerStars pretty much all the time, twitch.tv/PokerStars. I'm going to be doing some sort of conventional weekly streams like you guys have kind of enjoyed in the past. I'm going to try and get more guests on for these streams as well, and keep your eyes peeled for that, because I think having another human element really adds a lot to streams instead of it just being like one-dimensional. And I think I've found some people that are going to be really amazing to complement the formats that we're going to play, because we're going to play a variety. And then on Fridays, some Fridays, whenever we can get it all together, we're going to do some bigger budget stuff, some stuff that's going to require a lot more administration to try and get more seats, more people on camera, and try out some new stream graphics and really go off the deep end. But we have the power and resources to do some crazier things, and I'm going to be kind of directing some of that action. So if you guys have any feedback about the content that we put out as we put it out, please don't hesitate to hit me up on social media or whatever, and your feedback will change the face of the PokerStars channel. It really will.
Awesome. And importantly, Nick, obviously you're still going to be part of the commentary team for our Cards Up broadcasts from the Sunday Million, from Scoop, from WCoop, and of course when we go on location. And obviously it was great to have you in Prague. I know you're going to be with us in Monte Carlo. And Sam, again, obviously we benefit from your expertise on these streams. I know when we get to an EPT, we have to find those brief periods where you're not actually playing a 10k or a 25k or going deep in a main event. But obviously, again, any time we can grab with you to complement the roster is very much appreciated.
Oh, I love it. I mean, I love working with you guys. Also, it was amazing to watch that final table. You know, I'm really enjoying tonight's final table. I love online poker. I'm an online guy. But that extra human element to see the tension, the emotion on people's faces, it really adds another dimension. So it's got even more of a sporting element to it when you see those guys in the chairs. It was a really, really great event in Prague, and I'm looking forward to more.
Well, Nick, you're going to see out the rest of this final table, the Sunday Million anniversary. Sam, thank you very much for the last 3 hours. Genuinely appreciate your insights, your expertise, and we've seen some great moments. We've had some fun tonight, and it's going to continue, but thank you for now.
Cheers, guys. Great to have you on board, Nick.
See you, buddy. Thank you very much.
So, cards in the air once again, Nick, 7-handed at this final table. And here we go, your first live stream wearing the red spade.
Yeah, quick. Let me put some PokerStars merch on really quick. It's gonna be great.
Don't overbrand the stream. Don't overbadge it.
Not yet, guys. Not yet. Not yet. I'm almost ready for you. I'm almost ready for you. Okay. Okay, go.
Have you genuinely changed?
It was all part of the plan.
There was a plan? No one told me about the plan. Oh, wow. He's got his EPT Prague hat on. He's got his EPT scarf on. I mean, this is... Joe, he's really gone to town.
This really makes my announcement of having finished Wordle in 3 guesses today kind of dwarfed by Nick being at Team Pro. So
I promised all my fans that I wouldn't sell out, and as you can see, it's fine. Everything is under control, and I'm not going to change. Okay, no, it's not. No amount of money is going to change me. I'm right here. It's all good.
New print,
Just being
little, yellow, different. So it looks like I did my job, got us down from like 32 players to 9. I come back. 2 people is all you did?
Yeah, because obviously I control the card distribution and the chip distribution. I have complete control of what's happening at this final table.
I'll be honest motivate with you, these people.
Even though we didn't see eliminations, Joe, we saw a lot of all-ins, a lot of double-ups. We saw some crazy action, some questionable calls, some questionable shoves, some very questionable folds by the player with 10-8 of clubs, who should fold here, by the way. I think we could be about to see another double up for Chavez Villa through the chip leader, who opens to 10 million with ace king.
We're going to see a double up or something very, very terrible.
It's very good.
2 hearts?
Nope, that is going to be the double up for Chavez.
4 hearts, 4 to Broadway. Of course, it's less dramatic.
I have sort of been following along pretty much all streams so far, guys, and I have to say this has been a particularly crazy stream. So many knockouts so early on, and this final, just like some of the folds, some of the shoves, some of the wild plays, it's just been off the charts. I completely agree with Sam. I love when we do Sunday Millions like this because we just get some absolutely wild, out-of-the-box left field play. Street poker, I think, is the term he used, and I think that that's very apt. Yes,
street poker at its best, and still the people's hero, our qualifier, Janrez 1983, still alive, has locked up the better part of 163 grand, having satellited in for $11. And this just isn't any old satellite entry. This is a micro stake sit and go player who had never played anything above $11 before playing that sat for this Sunday Million.
More like Jan, yes.
I'm really loving the stories, honestly. You guys know I love a qualifier. Don't we all love to see a qualifier go deep?
I guess the question now is who's got the box ticked and how many eliminations we have to see until numbers are discussed.
I would just tick the box. I wouldn't leave it ticked. I would just every once in a while just click it, and click off. Just to see.
So as we come back from break, let's just do a quick flag check on the final table. And Asha with the best hand here, but we know that Asha makes some pretty tight laydowns. Calls here, though. And I guess the question is whether poker can push him off it on the river, or whether they'll just check it back. Nope. Shoves on Asha, who folds the best hand. I mean, story checks out from what we've seen. Story checks out. So Asha, who is playing from the United Kingdom, is now the shortest stack at this final table. Then we've got Bamsa 25 from Sweden. 2 Brazilians remain, Chavez Villa and Edelson RTJ. Janraz 1983 is from Denmark. Black BT is German. And Poker123 is our Belgian chip leader.
Yeah, Asha is
so
just
good.
been
You knew all the flags. I just would have been like black, yellow, red, and we got a black, red, yellow, then like a white cross on red. 2 Jupiters.
It's not just the colors, Joe. It's also where the cross is positioned that also matters.
All right, it's like a crazy.
Queen 9
Hey, Nick.
versus Queen 6. Wow. I mean, poker piling on the pressure. Now they have that significant chip advantage. And we did talk about the delay potentially catching up. These guys watching the stream and seeing how tight certain players are playing.
Nick, I just want to say congratulations on living out everyone's dream from 2008.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, mate. I want to thank everybody who came to the stream for the first time today to congratulate me and tell me that I look like Jimmy Fallon again for the 100th time. Appreciate you guys.
There was a lookalike for you that I actually kind of agreed with moments ago.
Oh, yeah?
And it's not Jimmy Fallon. Ted Mosby.
I don't even know who that is.
I think somebody said that before, and I had to look it up again. I had to look it up this time as well. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, definitely. I can see that.
Sorry, who is Ted Mosby?
He's from How I Met Your Mother.
And is that a sitcom?
It is a sitcom. It's a situational comedy. Just like poker, it's situational.
Sometimes it's funny, too. King Jack of Spades going for the open here. Seems pretty reasonable. Big blind with that really nice suited queen. Decides to fold. Doesn't want to come along with that really, really pretty Queen 9 suited. Okay. The lead take it. Very, very interesting there. Okay. Ever present Mr. Poker coming in with the raise with the ace-8 off.
And Bumser with ace-9 has the dominating hand here.
I don't really hate a fold from this position, to be honest, guys. Honestly, ace-9 off is so hard to play well here, especially at this stack depth. It's definitely a gamble.
Yep, makes the fold. So Asha has dropped below the 10 big blind mark now, and understandably probably will not play 7 deuce off here. King Queen suited is the hand that's raised. Chavez Villa making it 11 million. 8-6 of
like
spades for Black BT.
I feel like 7 deuce has a lot of board coverage. People don't really talk about that. You really get a lot of the numbers.
Is that on one of your post-it notes?
No, of course not. I don't. There's nothing original on those post-it notes. Nothing I've come up with. There's some intentional misunderstanding of things other people have said to me. Like ace 3 off, always a shove, I think is written on here somewhere. Oh, no. It's calling off with ace 4 off is objectively horrible. I think that's a direct quote, though.
I believe I said that. Objectively horrible definitely sounds like something I would have said.
Now, James, you were mentioning just a moment ago about how the delay is catching up here, and if anybody's been paying attention whatsoever, they will know at this stage that Asha has been unbelievably tight after that ace-10 suited call that they made, and therefore it wouldn't be completely out of the question to raise a hand as weak as Jack-4 there versus a limp blind v blind, and I think it would be really effective.
Well, Asha on the button with king 4. 3x's it to 15 million. Well, okay then.
I don't know what poker is going to do, but this seems pretty strong. Just a 3xer from 10 big blinds. Yeah. Queen 10 a little bit harder to fold with 5 million already out there.
But is this a virtual all-in? Is this just
this is
Yeah,
probably
I
terrible.
mean-
I'd probably just fold.
Oh,
My
wow.
goodness.
Yeah, I don't know.
The reason
Asha
I
keeps
fold
using
is
this
'cause this never happens
3x
to me.
open. This
Oh,
3x
my
open
word.
is just tricky.
Oh no, follows up the 3x open with more than half their stack going in on the turn, betting into the nuts.
Well, the good news is that Asha's going to fold.
No. Asha can't fold.
Yeah, for sure. This is a king high. One spade. Come on. It's an easy fold. Easy fold.
What is happening in this hand? I don't understand the pre-flop open. I don't understand this half stack continuation bet. I mean, can you ever fold here?
The weird thing is that the 3x folded out ace 4, which probably would have snapped
Wow.
a shove.
Okay, well anyway, Asha's left with fewer than 4 big blinds because we've now gone to 3 million, 6 million. So that just happened. Nick, you're meant to be analysing the action. Can you please explain what the hell just happened there?
I was just
no.
trying to take this. Sorry, it was it's first of all, the 3x open is troublesome, and obviously at that stack depth you're going to commit
Wait,
yourself.
ace 6 just folded.
Clearly.
Sorry.
That's
The
okay.
3 big blinds.
And then, yeah, obviously the massive c-bet on that really, really coordinated texture where your opponent's just going to have that quite a lot. It's just not ideal. Honestly, I think you probably should be folding if you're going to play your hand that way, but backdoor spades in a gutter or whatever it was, something like that, I don't know. It's definitely hard. Okay, Queen 10 just putting a little cheeky here. I think it's too small for Jack 9 to get away, though, of course, with the gut shot.
It's a double gutter, right?
Oh, it is a double gutter indeed. Thank you very much. A double belly buster, Joe.
He'll double belly buster.
Yes, sir.
And that 8's not automatically going to look like a terrible card to you, even though it does make the Jack 9 and 6-9 straights.
Yeah, this is an interesting line from poker here. I mean, the bet on the flop kind of just for protection, but a little bit too small to actually protect from anything, really. in honesty. And then the turn bet, you can get some value from weaker 10x, I guess, but no additional loss on the river. So I guess that worked out all right for him in the end, considering.
Black Betty. Whoa!
Jack 10 folded. I mean, we're now playing the waiting game, right? I mean, everyone's staring at the 17 million stack and just like, waiting for them to bust so that we can actually play some poker again.
Oh, okay. Of all of the folds we've seen from Asha, we got to get in with the Philadelphia 76ers. Let's go, Charles Barkley.
Okay, flattered by the ace-5 suited, folded by ace-6 suited, queens isolate, ace-5 will fold, and it's not looking good for Asha. Oh, two pair on the flop! But counterfeited by the 10 on the river, a better two pair, and we do finally lose Asha Pasaya from the UK, 7th place finisher, cashing for nearly $163,000. Now we're down to the final 6, and everyone's locked up more than 220K.
Now who is Chat Pro, or the Chat Pro is going to feel better than?
I mean, who is the short stack right now? So Bamsa is officially the low man at the final table, but has 100 million. I mean, that said, Joe, 100 million sounds like a hell of a lot, but we're playing 3-6 blinds now. That's 3 million, 6 million.
I mean, the number 6 does not divide into 100 evenly, so it's almost impossible to tell how many big blinds it is, but it's fewer than it sounds like.
It's fewer than 20 big blinds, let me tell you that.
Fewer than 20? You just did that off the top of your head?
I know. I've been taking lessons. I mean, I actually have a cheat sheet in front of me. I don't have the same powers,
like
talent that the human calculator has. So yeah, I have to kind of refer to like a times table.
Yeah, because I knew it.
Of course.
But I was surprised you knew it.
Well, 6 is still good here. The flush draw for Edelson.
This is a perfect moment right now when you have 2 overs and a flush draw. This is great. If you could live in this moment forever. Unfortunately, when you call here and brick the river, that's where most of us live. Yeah.
Oh, bricky rivers.
This is the reality. Then you check it back and lose to 2 6s. Check it back. Check it over.
I just created a commercial radio DJ there. Hi, this is Bricky Rivers with the big drive home.
Nice. 13 minutes to the top of the hour.
Travel and weather together on the ones. We got 4s on the button for Black BT.
Ooh.
Ace Jack for poker.
Is it weird that I'm still not over the hand where poker knocked out
No.
Paramoya, whatever that
Every reason to still be throwing up in your mouth. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Looks like we're getting our first suggestion of looking at the numbers coming from Yanraz.
Poker's like, hold up a second. Wait, just wait.
So far, so good for poker, who has flopped top pair here.
Oh, yeah, getting bet into by the other big stack in the hand. Top pair, VG kicker. Now you just fire out. You're like, I want to see what's up here. I'm not going to be playing catch up this whole hand. If you got the flush, let's find out now. You don't got the flush.
So Jan Raz has the chip lead right now, just ahead of Poker.
Little blind v blind action here.
Queen 8 versus Queen Jack. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't mind this. I think this is pretty cool. I think I like the size here too, considering the effective stack depths.
Queen Jack actually hits a pair. Huh.
A bet of 12 million and a fold.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people might have been tempted to put in a continuation bet there, especially with the queen blocking hands like sort of Queen Jack, maybe hands like Queen 9 that have the gut shot. But just gets away from it, maintains that stack of 67 million. But this might be a push, guys. This might be the time where he needs to make the move. Exceedingly short here.
Push it. Push it good. Push it real good.
I mean, that's an effective all-in, isn't it? That's over half of his stack.
It is, and now gets shoved on by Jan Raz. And gets it in good with the ace-8. Oh, and this is going to be a chop pot. And guys, you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Oh, man. Our sync is way off. That could have been anywhere, guys.
Next hand. Don't worry about it. Next hand.
Oh, yeah. Bumser with ace-queen. Black BT with the aces. I don't think it was as bad as you think it was. I think that was pretty decent.
No, yeah.
Not as bad as this is about to be.
No, I do feel for Bumser here. All in with the ace-queen. Don't slow roll Black BT. Click call now. Thank you. Clubs, no help. And that will do it for Bumser 25, the Swedish player who, until this event, had total PokerStars earnings of $4,500, whose best cash was for $870, has just finished in 6th place for $221,085. Now we are down to 5. 3 huge stacks, 1 stack, 1 short stack.
Edelson's like, hey, anybody want to make a deal yet?
Yeah, that was quite the ladder for Edelson there.
Oh,
my
strawberries.
gosh, what a flop.
So yeah, just shy of 300k locked up by the 5 remaining players, including $11 qualifier Jan Raz 1983.
It's going to look crazy on SharkScope, boys. Okay, put some money in the pot. You have a flush. You got to do something about it right now, or you're not going to make nothing.
Ha. Scuba Jones says, Jan Raz was my table 1, and I tagged him as a fish.
It's not very nice, is it? I'm glad that karma bit you on the arse.
Like a shark.
I think he's actually picked a cool size here. This might merit a little bit of a cheeky peel for the hearts, or the check raise turn. The size was good.
I mean, this is a gift. Raises to 45 million.
You're just going to keep it smooth, right? You're just going to smooth call this, keep all the bluffs in, keep all the trip 6s in, protect yourself from when they've actually just got jacks full or quad 6s or something weird here. Time bank for days.
Lamb. Man, what's even the point of the board pairing if you can't get someone to fold a queen high flush?
Of all the players at this final table, Poker is not folding a queen high flush here.
No. And he absolutely should not either.
Yeah, it was the queen high flush that got us here in the first place.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, this is an excessive time bank now. Come on, man.
Yeah, get on with it.
Just waiting for that ladder. That sweet final table ladder.
What is happening?
Oh my god, it wasn't even that much more.
It was a paired board before. Anyway, once again, let's focus on the positive. Black Beatty, 340 mil. Come on.
How did he get a fold there, though? Black Beatty, I mean, well done, but...
Yeah.
Joe gave him the whole speech, like, did the speech play for him. He said, what's the point of a paired board if you can't get a queen high flush to fold? That's pretty ridiculous. I was unexpected. There's lots of unexpected plays today.
You don't say. Okay, king, queen suited.
It was a paired board before.
Now,
also, when poker went nuts.
Just open jamming.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that could ever be bad at that effective stack depth, especially with the shorty on your left. But a hand like king queen suited is so playable, and it just is such a powerful post flop hand. And your opponents will defend with so many things that you have dominated. I think maybe I prefer a slower play there just to try and get a little bit more post flop action in position and accumulate chips in a less variancy way.
I mean, we have seen some absurd hands today. Absurd.
Yeah.
Okay, Kevino, who says you have to take into account the next ladder is 100K. And you can fold there and have a top 3 stack. Okay. 100K. Okay.
So, pair of jacks here for poker.
Interesting. He's kind of slowing this one down. There was a previous spot. It was slightly different because he was in absolute position with Queen 10, but in this case, his second pair actually considerably stronger than that spot. And if he is going to be betting like these like super small like one big blind sizings in multi-way pots, I'm surprised he wasn't going to do it here again, like he did when it was on King 10-7, or so it was where the guy had the double gut shot with Jack 9. Yeah, King 10-7, right? Okay.
Well, poker hovering around the 250 million mark. Jan Raz in second position right now with 289 million, but it is Black Beatty with more than 300 million, who is the chip leader with 5 remaining. And Edelson is the short stack at the table now. Edelson playing fewer than 10 big blinds.
King 6 suited seems kind of pretty.
It is sadly a defend. Oh.
Or it's just a straight jam.
I mean, look, I'm not going to lie. I have no idea what's going on most of the time. But it's a different kind of not knowing what's going on today.
I mean, interestingly, this is kind of like a little bit closer then well, I don't know. It's difficult to phrase, but the king queen suited open rip obviously is going to do fine. It's never going to be a mistake at those effective stack depths. But I can see how this is going to apply an unbelievable amount of pressure to a player with that specific chip stack, especially with Edelson sitting directly to their right with only 50 million. They're gonna fold. They're gonna fold like hands as strong as Ace Jack here, which means you're probably gonna do fine by shoving King 6 suited. It's probably not gonna be like a minus EV play. It's just ultra high variance, right?
Is there also an element of a piece of advice I was given a long, long time ago? And Joe, if you don't have this on one of your post-it notes, you definitely want to write it down. If in doubt, move all in.
You mean
Jess Alice in the chat
if in
says,
doubt, whip it
"You've
out?
had sacred poker.
Pretty
It's time
much.
for YOLO poker." Absolutely.
Hippie H says, I bet his mouse batteries went flat and he forgot the shortcut keys.
Just pressing the screen relentlessly. Come on!
Don't mind me. I'm just playing poker.
That's right. The rest of you are playing poker, but I'm playing poker.
I think you might have the wrong room. This is where we play poker. Now get out. I'm all in.
I
That's
think you
basically
need to be
what's going on
James Mason to really make it work. It's poker. 12 million on the button. Chavez Villa with ace king in the big blind. And that is an all-in. This will be a fold. Edelson still playing the short stack, and blinds going up in less than a minute. Next level, 3.5 million, 7 million.
King deuce of spades looking pretty tempting here. I think probably it's going to be a fold, or it should be a fold. It's a little bit too many chips for my liking, but it is it's definitely getting pretty close to that time, you guys.
Here we go, 3.57. 20-minute blind levels at this final table. One short stack. I guess we should also say that Chavez Villa is reasonably short as well. I mean, no one's got a monster stack, right? It's relatively shallow, all things considered.
Yeah, absolutely. I think.
Go ahead, Nick.
Sorry, Joe. No, there's a big delay today. Sorry, guys. We keep talking over each other. I think James is absolutely right, and I don't think it's completely absurd to see a lot more shoving as we get into these later stages at all.
Which means we may see a deal at some point. I assume there's not much shot of that happening while Edelson's still around.
No, that will be... And I tell you what would make things interesting. If Chavez Villa eliminated Edelson, that would make deal talk incredibly likely, because you'd have 4 stacks roughly around the same size, and that would definitely lend itself to opportunity.
Yeah, I've got another theory that if Edelson is eliminated by Chavez and
there
they
we go,
decide to
all
do
in.
some sort of wait, we have an all in.
And Queen 9 is going to eliminate King 6. It's Poker who takes out Edelson. Edelson, our 5th place finisher, cashing for just shy of 300k. More than 400 grand now locked up by the final 4.
So sick.
Poker back up over 280 million, just behind Yanraz. Black BT still chip leader, and Chavez did not chip up, courtesy of Edelson, so is still the shorty at the table.
This is absolutely, even take away all the insane plays we've seen, everything else, right? Everyone, I just want to reiterate, everyone is now guaranteed $400,000. That is a house.
Crazy.
No matter what market you are in these days, you can buy yourself a house.
There we go. Black BT asked the question. Want to see numbers? And it'll be interesting to see whether anyone responds, but more importantly than that, whether they all tick the deal button that we can't see that's available to all 4 players. And if they do, then the tournament will be paused and they will go behind the scenes to negotiate. Let's, says Chavez Villa. Well, that's one who's in. I mean, I can't believe that Yanraz wouldn't at least entertain the idea, wouldn't at least want to see it.
Well, I was going to say, if they do decide to do a deal and they leave whatever for first place, I wouldn't be surprised
50.
to see a ridiculously fast, I wouldn't be surprised to see a very, very fast showdown. These guys have not been afraid to get the chips in the middle. You know what I mean? And I think once the deal has been struck, if it is struck, I think we'd probably see a lot of fast and furious poker here four-handed.
Well, at the moment, after Black BT asked the question, only Chavez responded in chat. Not sure if the other 2 players are interested. Yes, they are. They've all ticked the box, and there is the notification that the action will be paused after this hand, and the 4 players will look at the numbers. And here we go. Action paused for deal discussion. So, this doesn't guarantee that a deal will be done. The players will be shown the numbers based on everyone being paid 4th place money, and then the rest of the prize pool being divided either according to chip stack or by ICM. And an important thing to say is that that doesn't mean the tournament ends now if they agree a deal. We just discussed 50k has to be set aside. They have to play this out, and the winner will get that additional 50k and will be declared the Sunday Million Anniversary champion. And of course, there is room behind the scenes for negotiation. There is room behind the scenes for conversation. It's private to the players. We don't see what they're discussing. We don't see the numbers they're being presented. And in the event that a deal is agreed, we don't even know what payouts they've come to, how they have redistributed the prize pool until players are eliminated and their results show in the lobby. It becomes a little bit of a mystery. But again, no guarantee a deal will be done. And, I mean, looking at the stacks, Nick, is there much to be gained for a player like Chavez Villa from doing a deal here?
Yeah, it's a great question because, you know, like we've seen many times, in a lot of these situations, they're going to look at sort of the ICM, they're going to look at the chip shop, and I mean, I think at this stage, it's more whether or not the big stacks don't want to just play a little bit more out. We had a very similar conversation when we were in Prague during the EPT main. There was a lot of fluctuation between the shortest stack and the biggest stacks, and we were in a lot of situations where the shorter stacks were kind of just thinking to themselves, honestly, it's not really worth it for me. I'd rather gamble just to put myself in a better position. And a lot of the bigger stacks looking at the shortest stack going, honestly, if we play for another 20 minutes and things don't start to turn around or it starts to look a little bit worse for me, there's no reason why we can't talk deals then either.
And I appreciate that everyone is keen to know what's going on, keen to see what the numbers are, keen to see what the players are saying. We don't have access to it. We just have to wait to find out whether it's a deal or no deal, and then they will play on either for the advertised payouts, which you can see on screen underneath the table, or for undisclosed sums that will be revealed when this is over, as and when players are KO'd, and whether they're just going to play for an additional 50k up top. Should point out, last year, there was talk of deal in the chat, but they never got to a discussion. No deal was done. They played it out. They played for it all. So let's see what happens this year. I don't know. I just feel that Chavez Villa is the complication here. I just don't think that stack has enough equity to warrant that player not wanting to gamble and potentially go for more, considering they're already guaranteed more than 400k.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, James. And I think you pointed something out that was really interesting. Had Chavez been the one to... wait a sec. Okay,
no deal, guys. No deal agreed.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Chavez had been the one to eliminate that player in fifth, it definitely would have just been a completely different complexion on that deal conversation. And we play on. Let's go.
We do indeed. So we're playing for it all. The sums as advertised on screen are up for grabs, and these are our final four. Janraz 1983 from Denmark, Black BT from Germany, Poker123 from Belgium, and Chavez Villa from Brazil.
Is it too bold to suggest that the Jan Raz situation is a little bit of a moneymaker spot? I mean, that really is a complete Cinderella story. I mean, honestly, from
incredible.
$11 to potentially $1 million US is just a mind-boggling jump.
And I think what makes it even more incredible, Nick, is when you look at Jan Raz's playing history. Here is someone who's a micro-stakes player who only plays sit and goes, doesn't even play MTTs, and decided to pay their biggest ever buy-in, $11, to play that satellite, won the seat, got in, and has made it through 3 days to the final four and has locked up at least 400 grand. I mean, it is exactly the kind of story on which poker was built. The poker industry, the game that we know today, was built on that narrative.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you love to see it, and if a sit-and-go player like that can make it in the big, bad MTT world, there's still hope for me yet, boys. Still hope.
Okay, we've got Queens versus Ace-7 suited in the blinds. The two big stacks. The two biggest stacks, I should say, at this final table.
Oh, wow. Okay, a little blind v blind action. Queens versus Ace-7 suited. I think we're going to see somebody go to war here.
Hand happening.
Yeah.
And we do go to the flop, and Queens are still good. I think it's worth highlighting, by the way, that Black BT is probably the most accomplished and experienced player of the four. $8 million in stars earnings. Mid-stakes player. Did finish in a Sunday Million in 6th place back in 2020, and took down a scoop in 2012 for 74 grand.
Wow. Okay, so not a total amateur there. Some varying opinions on the relative skill levels of Black BT and Jan Raz.
You know what they say about opinions, Joe?
Black BT, suited connector on the button. Come on, mate. I mean, if there was ever a time to be opening this kind of a hand and applying pressure to the short stack, I think this is probably one of them.
Well, a lot of people interested in poker's track record, in poker's history. This is a PKO specialist from Belgium. 400K in earnings on PokerStars. And best result to date was a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, in fact, in a $44 bounty builder event for 6.5 grand. Oh,
Ooh,
a set of sixes for poker. Just the spraggy for Jan Raz, who's betting anyway.
Yeah, we've seen Jan Raz make these sort of donk leads quite effective. I'm not sure donking into bottom set is going to merit a win here, though, somehow.
If it leads, it bleeds.
Yeah, Poker suddenly like, please have a piece. Even the one big blind bet would not do it for him there. No more value.
And Ace-7 suited versus Ace-10 suited. Is this the first time we've seen a player cross the 400 million mark. Black BT starting this
Oh, yeah.
hand with 410 million chips.
Yanra's just folding the suited ace on the button here, really, really tight. That is pretty outrageous. And blind v blind, ace 10 into jack deuce, no such luck.
Isaac asks, why is ace 7 off known as the Spraggy? Spraggy got a little bit carried away with ace 7 off in a Sunday Million a few months back. Some people say it was a totally standard spot. I don't know. The fact that it was Spraggy.
Some
means it
people
was
would
probably
say
a
that,
mistake.
but almost no solvers would. I'm with you, Convict. The 150K pay jump is crazy. And that ain't even the biggest one.
Ooh. The 3-4 suited limp blind v blind. I do think it's okay. I think when you've got so many players with an incentive to apply pressure to you as a shorty, it can be a little bit more on the dicey side. And Jack 5 just like, yeah, no. I got middle pair. That's good enough to raise. Why not? Chavez does have a very nice draw, though.
Chavez!
And the back door.
Gosh, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, and that's why it's a little bit problematic when you're stacked that way to enter pots with those kinds of weaker, low-suited connectors. But he did manage to see a flop, which is more than I thought he was going to get.
So Queen 7 suited versus Queen 7 suited.
Uh-oh.
Diamonds
Queen
free rolling.
7 bluted.
And wins it uncontested on the turn. And things looking worse and worse for Chavez Villa. Has dropped down to 11 big blinds, and in 8 minutes' time we'll have a sub 10 big blind stack when things go to 4 mil, 8 mil.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of very cagey play that I've been indicating here. A lot of very tight folds pre-flop and post-flop players playing, quite passively against each other. So the bigger stacks, but it's working. They're getting that short stack into the danger zone.
Oh boy.
Well, if you're not going to do it, I will. Danger zone!
Someone actually has to be in the danger zone. You know how it works.
Chavez Villa's in the danger zone. They've got 11 big blinds.
We're watching a hand between Poker and, what's his name?
And Black Beatty. Unfortunately, in this situation, Poker manages to pick up the diamond draw as well at the same time as Black Beatty. What a run out here for King Jack. It's a great way to get paid here when the board pairs and you got the trips and you're blocking the diamonds so you can bet even more confidently. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't just bet like 35 million here.
I'm going to say 34 million.
Deal. 52 million.
52.5 million.
It's all the
Details
same.
matter.
Nah, he
just
does choose the
pixels.
more polarizing size here.
We do know Poker is capable of hero calling. Not this time, though.
Wow. I mean, Black BT is closing in on the $500 million mark, and that makes me rather excited.
Ooh, there is $1 billion out there, huh?
Yeah, there's more than $1 billion chips in play.
Whew.
Is this a good time to highlight that Kevmath won the special Sunday Billions event, the free money event
Yes.
that was run this weekend?
That's
Oh.
awesome.
This looks like a double up for Chavez. Yeah, Chavez doubles up and is now practically level with poker.
Yeah, that was a little on the wild side with the old Jack Deuce off. I mean, you know, ICM pressure, I guess, but he's the shortest guy at the table, so not quite as much as if it was on one of the middling stacks. It is going to work a lot of the time, so it's not as crazy as it seems, but you need to look that one up. It seems like that might be just a little bit on the wide side, but you can shove almost any 2 cards there for sure.
Take a walk on the wide side.
Happy's ass.
Oh.
Genres donks every time he misses. We'll keep an eye on it.
Well, we've got 5s
Okay.
opening on the button here. We've got kings in the big blind.
Ooh.
And
Yeah,
the re-raise is to 38.5 million.
It's a teeny tiny size, but it's going to be enough to put chips in the middle on later streets. He's not going to struggle to put the rest in, you know, flop and turn.
Oh.
5s fold. But Chavez back in action with ace-4.
King 10, button. Yes. Yes, please.
Not the
It's a pretty
flop
good looking
7
flop.
clubs was looking for.
No, and it's definitely a board that King 10 can confidently continue on for a really small size with that gut shot. Blocking diamonds as well. Blocking hands like King Jack that might kind of defend a bit more passively from the big blind here. I mean, I think that 1/3 or a little bit less than 1/3 here is fine. But I think even 1/4 would do just as effective at this effective stack depth, given the board texture and your exact holding.
Dingbat asks, what's the delay? The delay is the amount of time that we add into the broadcast for game integrity reasons, so that way players can't watch us with the hold cards up in real time. Thank you for your question.
What about Kyle's question on YouTube, Joe? When is full coverage of live stream PokerStars live events happening again? Have any taken place since COVID? Who wants to tell Kyle that he missed out on it last week?
And it was
Kyle?
a good one, too.
Yes. Thank you for your question.
And Kyle, you blew it! If only you'd asked a week ago, you could have watched 5 days of EPT Prague.
Or 2 weeks.
Chavez
ago,
back
when
in
we
there.
sent a million.
Ace Jack off, straight back in the mix. Not a lot of options for the players in the blinds. That's not to say that the suited 8 can't come along. It's got a pretty good price there pre-flop.
Hey, another one.
Got the Grafton folded. 4-3 of hearts for Black BT on the button. Opens to 14. And now Jacks for Chavez Villa. Just calls it all. Hello. A set of jacks against an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw. This could get tasty.
We spoke about this spot on the final table of EPT Prague Main. You don't mess around with jacks in these situations, guys. Not on the final, not with these pay jumps. And look, he lets him in the door so hard. That's a lot of equity, boys.
Oh! Oh my word. It is flush versus full house. Black BT does have A redraw to a street flash.
What a turn.
Yeah, that is a devastating turn for the 4-3 of hearts here. He's got to feel confident about this turn. Such a good spot in an un-3-bet pot.
Anyone feeling the ace of hearts for a super special Barry? Oh.
Sweaty.
Oh, wow. Checks it over. Jeepers. That is really,
Wow.
really optimistic.
He
And
picked this
gets
moment
it.
well.
Gets
Jibby.
shoved on, calls, doubles up, boom, nearly 300 million now for Chavez Villa. Black BT still the chip leader, says nice hand, concedes defeat.
Chavez, the comeback story for Chavez. Yeah, hey, do you guys want to talk about deals again?
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a nice hand.
Yeah.
And that is going to take us to the break. 4 players remaining in the Sunday Million 16th anniversary. Black BT, the chip leader, 371 million. Chavez Villa, 305 million. Jan Raz, 230 million, which means former chip leader, former runaway chip leader, Poker123, is now the shortest stack at the FT with 135 million. And the action will resume inside of 5 minutes. Any chance, Nick, that they suggest a deal again? I guess it's pointless while we're four-handed and while one player's got around 100 million, right? It would need poker to go out, and then it would need those 3 to look at the numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's although there has been a big transference of chips, we've kind of found ourselves in the same position as we were before, just with a different player having around 100K, and the blinds are about to go up. Don't forget that as well. So we're even in more of a precarious situation in terms of trying to figure out how to do a deal. So I think you're right. I think we're going to have to see another bust if we want to start looking at numbers. But wow, what a turnaround there for Chavez.
Joe, were you satisfied with the action during that level, having only seen 2 eliminations in the previous session? Even though we only saw a handful of bust outs there, were you satisfied that you saw enough to entertain you?
I take it back. I came in with an ignorant attitude of just because players didn't go broke doesn't mean that a lot of interesting, wacky stuff didn't happen.
Absolutely.
And I totally believe you now.
Yes, exactly. We are seeing some weird stuff happen, that's for sure. Did you have something you wanted to share, Joe?
Yeah, I've got some weird stuff. So I'm at this phase in my life right now that you know how it used to be that whenever a package would show up for you, you get real excited, right? You're like, oh, it's a package. Like, what could this be? I'm at the phase of my life now when a package shows up and I don't know where it came from or have any recollection of ordering anything. It's actually kind of a scary moment for me. I actually get like a little bit worried, like, what is this? Who's sending me things? I got a lot of enemies in my life. Did I take too many Ambien and all of a sudden now I got a 9th Roomba, even though I haven't used the other 8? So I go outside yesterday and there's a package on my front porch from like makeyourown.trophy.com. And now I'm like, okay, I know I didn't order anything from this site. Is this from a crazy stalker? Is this going to be a trophy that says like, Joe Stapleton, I'll be coming for you, ha ha ha, with like a knife on it? And I opened it up, and right here it says Global Poker Awards 2022 Best Podcast, Poker in the Ears, Joseph Stapleton. And someone has taken pity on me and the fact that I lost the real Global Poker Award trophy and sent it to me. And it turns out, luckily, on my last break, my friends Darren and Jules confessed that this was from them. I helped Darren out. Darren's like a cancer scientist and had to do like a conference, and I gave him a bunch of cancer jokes, I guess, to tell at his conference. And he said, yeah, believe it or not, killed. Said it went really well, and they wanted to replace my Global Poker Award trophy. So thank you, Darren and Jules. I appreciate you guys a lot.
I have the real deal here, Joe, because obviously we met up with the guys from the GPI in Prague. So here is my version, which has not gone walkabout. This is the actual trophy for Best Podcast of 2021. From
Except
the
James was
Global
just
Poker
using it
Awards.
to hold up his backdrop. It's falling.
Oh. Luckily, I still have the YouTube plaque and the EGR Gaming Award to keep it supported. Building quite a little shelf of trophies behind them, some of which aren't even mine. So, I get the impression that even though we haven't seen a deal, that this might not actually take too long. I think that with the way these guys play and the way they're not frightened to get their stacks in, I don't know how you feel, Nick, but I just get the impression that this is not going to go on for too much longer.
Yeah, no, and as you pointed out, we are playing with a ton of chips. There is over 1 billion chips on this table, but not that many big blinds. And even the players that are deeper stacked, certainly, I mean, we've seen such a reversal there. And it wasn't, apart from the Jack's hand, it was a lot of just people playing kind of more cagey and not getting involved in too many pots and playing a bit more passively, giving up a little bit to some of these donk bets that we've been seeing from one player in particular. I think we're just going to see the chips move around. We're going to see one of the shorties bust. Then we're going to see a deal, and then we're going to see an all-in fest. That's my guess.
Okay, well, we are back from break with all 4 players back in action. Blinds at 4 million, 8 million now. And here we go. Chavez Villa, we are all champions in this moment.
That's awesome.
And ICM, nice for all and fair. So clearly, whilst on break, the issue of a deal has been brought up. In fact, Black BT raised it during the break. Guys, a lot of money on the line. Let's look at the numbers and talk about it. And clearly, Yanraz says agreed. Chavez Villa is proposing ICM. So we have not heard anything from Poker. Poker has not commented on the prospect of a deal.
Isn't it a little ironic that Chavez is the one who's making a speech for equality and for dividing up the fruits of the labor? Pretty good. It's very on brand for a Chavez.
So I'm guessing that if 3 out of the 4 wanted to potentially do an ICM deal and nothing's happening, the deal hasn't been paused, i.e. the action's not been paused, I'm guessing that Poker has not ticked the box. I'm guessing that Poker is the holdout here.
There are no deals in poker.
Perhaps when you play poker, these things happen, but not where we play poker. All right, we see the jam, blind v blind, 9-7 suited. I dig this. This is actually going to do just fine. It is interesting that Chavez makes the call.
And a 9 in hearts. And there's the flush on the river. Well, that changes everything.
I mean, at least Chavez
Now,
was the
I
one
just want everyone to
suggesting the
know,
deal
I
prior
made
to
that
the
speech
bust.
I made that speech before I got doubled through. I would like pre-speech ICM considerations. Thank you.
Exactly. Wow.
Things changing quickly here, and now it is Chavez who is back to being the shortest stack at the final table.
You know, that blind v blind shoving call is probably not like incorrect in terms of actual chips EV, like, perfect Nash shove call scenario, but it is still a ginormous call when there's still no deal and there's that giant pay jump. But unlucky there for Chavez. He actually makes the right call, believe it or not. Kind of wild.
I feel like that is the speech you give in the zombie movie about how you have to let people in, and then 2 minutes later you get bit.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh, pair of sevens versus the straight.
Just like the deuce of hearts in the turn just to keep Black Beatty interested, excuse me. with his pair. Although the way they've been playing so far, he might just fold flop with bottom pair. I mean, they've been playing really, really snug in these situations. 4 of clubs, no change.
And
wow, that's a really big size when you've got the stone cold nuts here. That's really chunky. You're really pushing out a lot of stuff you want to continue here, and you're in pretty safe territory. Gets the fold. We've seen him shove here. I think the shove here is fine. I think that's totally acceptable.
what about a call
blind
off
v
with
blind
6
here.
deuce?
Yeah, less so. A lot less so.
Get real. Get real hard again.
Do you know what? With everything I've seen today, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd just go, it's cool.
You can flop a straight with it.
Yeah.
Can.
Okay. 10-8 off, going for the open from the button. Jan Ross, our qualifier in the big blind, decides to come along just as a straight call. And the donk lead again. He's been a huge fan of this particular line all day long.
Yeah, the theory earlier on was that we saw the donk lead when Yanraz missed. This is not a miss. This is second pair, really solid kicker, and certainly has poker out kicked here.
Yeah, it's working for him. It's working in his favor this way. I think I've seen this pattern before, especially from players that are much more inexperienced. They sort of discovered at some point that these sort of like, blocker bets are a way to control the size of the pot, because a lot of the players that they encounter also play somewhat passively, and therefore just these blocker bets are either going to successfully act as a bluff where people are over folding, or they control the size of the pot so you get to a cheaper showdown and you have less complication. What's interesting is with the final table dynamic, players are forced to play more passively simply because of the ICM pressure. So it's working out for them in this particular situation. But if you're playing in the mid stages, early stages, or on a cash game or something like that, people are going to recognize that you're playing this sort of style of blocker bet control, and they're just going to exploit you maximally, right? They're just going to recognize that's kind of something that's not particularly strong, and they're going to go ahead and raise, flop, turn, river, whatever, and really, really go to town on you because you're kind of telegraphing the strength of your hand in many cases.
So this is Jack 9 versus Queen Jack, blind v blind. Queen Jack high still the best hand, but it's Black BT who's betting 17.6 into 44, gets a call. Poker still ahead.
Yeah, I think the Jack 9 can do 2 barrels here. The Ace of Hearts is a really good card to barrel on, and you're going to get lots of folds on this turn. Love to see it. I like that size too, guys. I got to say it. I got to say.
And poker folds. Black BT with the slight chip advantage over Yanraz. Those two almost tied for first right now. Then it's Poker123. Then it's Chavez Villa. And Ace 6. It was a Gibbons from Yanraz. Limped under the gun.
Ooh.
Huh. And are we going to go 3-way to the flop here? Yes, we are. Queen 10-10. Hello, Yanraz.
Perfect Gibbons.
The Gibbons rewarded.
Gibbons for days.
And now we've got
Gibbonsing is one of my
jacks.
favorite things.
Jacks for
Ooh.
Black BT. Ace Jack for Poker. 16 million, the raise from Black BT. What does Poker do with Ace Jack suited here, Nick?
I mean, I would love to see him just play this as a flat because of the ICM pressure involved, but Poker has not been afraid to get chips in the middle, and he's just going to go ginormous here. Absolutely huge 3-bet. He's just trying to get this pre-flop, I think.
A committing 3-bet for sure.
A leather
and
glove
you know, like,
across the face.
I don't think a 3-bet here is ever going to be particularly bad, but you're going to get...
Here we go.
Oh, it's going in.
All in. And poker is going to need to see Barry Greenstein. No ace on the river. Black BT takes him out. And we are down to 3. And deal negotiations seem to be ahoy.
Poker was the holdout. Poker did not have the box checked, and now that Poker is eliminated, it might be that they are ready to deal again.
Yeah, but look at Chavez's stack now, Joe.
But now that Poker has not been eliminated, now that Poker has been eliminated, it might ruin the chance of the deal.
And I think that even though action was about to be paused for deal negotiations, I imagine at this point in time, Black BT is probably... Yeah, Black BT is unticked. That's clearly what's happened here.
Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense.
The deal
Yeah,
cancelled, and I completely understand why Black BT would opt out. Look at their stack now. More than 500 million chips, and Chavez Villa in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
It makes no sense. So yes, all 3 had the deal button ticked. The moment that we saw Poker go out, deal was on the cards, was going to be negotiated. Alas, Black BT then probably unticked.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Chavez was trying to do the honorable thing, and now look at him as such a meaningful dynamic shift for Black BT. And James, you're absolutely right. Like, it's not even about honor at this point. It's just like, I got all the chips. I got literally no reason to talk deals with you anymore, buddy. Sorry.
Yeah. And I find it incredible that when you look at the jumps in money, they are playing for it all. Yes, they've locked up more than 500,000. Congratulations to the final 3, 552K. But then you're looking at $750,000 for the runner-up, $1 million for the winner.
Oh, wow. This has been a real exciting evening of poker, guys. Honestly, we've seen some absolute madness, but now we're going to have to see another turnaround for Chavez. They had their big comeback once already. Oh, this could be it.
Here is a chance. Likely to get in pre. Black BT with the 7s. Shoves on Chavez. He'll call it off with the dominating hand. And 9s are holding. Spades are a factor. And it's a spade on the river. And Chavez gets flushed and is eliminated in 3rd place. And now it seems we might see a heads-up deal between Black BT and Jan Raz 1983. Guys, with Chavez cashing out for 552K, the qualifier, Jan Raz, in for just $11, is now guaranteed at least 749K and could get more than that if they, A, win, B, lock up a decent slice in the deal negotiations that are about to happen.
Oh, man, you've got so much to bet. This is, once you get to this stage and there hasn't been a deal, there's so much to gain by doing a deal, really. Honestly, it's just, it's madness.
I mean, there's 1 3/4 million out there. To chop that up and not take the high variance play, oh, what a dream.
So here we go. Again, as we said before, the players will be shown the numbers behind the scenes. If they agree to a deal, we'll find out about it, but we won't know the amounts they've locked up. The one thing we know for sure is that if they deal, 50K will be left in play. Deal completed. They've done the deal. They're playing heads up for an additional 50K. We'll get the actual payouts. We'll get the actual amounts that were agreed in the deal once this is over, once we have our winner. And it's near enough a 2-to-1 chip advantage right now for Black BT, an accomplished player from Germany, competing against a micro stakes sit and go player who satellited into the Sunday Million anniversary for just $11 and who is now all in.
Man, this may not last that long if we're just open shoving King 10.
Ace 9. Absolute nuts. That's it. Ace
Again?
9's all in. I mean, claps in the chat, guys. Seriously. That's
what a relief it must be.
Yeah. Oh,
to
wow.
be
He wants to
nearly
play it
done
out
with
here.
this.
We've said a few times how exhaustion, mental fatigue is such a factor at this stage.
Yeah.
This being day 3 of 3.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out really quickly again, Jan Raz taking this sort of very, very classic sort of passive blocker betty kind of line. And the problem is that if he's going to blocker bet one big blind and then slow down when he doesn't connect, you know, your opponent can just basically float any amount and then just take it away from you on the turn. In this case, the fact he has king high slows him down, but there's no reason why he wouldn't have a gut shot or, you know, a low straight draw that he could turn into a bluff on the turn, and he would have just taken it away every time.
I love this comment from Dreesen10. Why play serious? Just 50K to play for. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I find myself playing heads up for $50,000 every other Thursday.
I mean, either way you interpret that line, there's a way to pick it apart. Another one being that if you're Janras, right, and we know is a pure amateur, and Black Beatty is like kind of a borderline pro, ripping it in pre-flop when you think of the best hand actually isn't the worst way to go about this, because you can get absolutely dismantled playing someone heads up who's a chip lead against you and knows what they're doing.
Yeah, increasing the variance is definitely a way to combat being the potentially inferior, you know, heads up player.
Jack 9-7. And 3's still good. Board gets straightier on the turn. And yes, guys, a deal has been agreed. We don't know the numbers. We'll find out after this is over. They are still playing for 50K. And for some people, that victory is also a factor. You know, this is the 16th Sunday Million anniversary.
Wow. I mean,
it's a title, it's an accomplishment. You can say that you literally outlasted a field of 52,120.
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting to see how Jan Ross has actually been kind of doing their hand selection here. They've been playing relatively strong hands, kind of cagey, and then playing really weak hands in position extremely aggressively. That shove there was really over the top if you want to duke it out. Here, heads up.
Quite literally, OTT.
Yeah. And now slightly stronger. Going for the old min raise. I think ace-4 can 3-bet really liberally here if they want to. They can just call, of course, either as well. I think I think as you get under 25 big blinds effective, you can pretty much just jam any offsuit ace pretty effectively, and you're going to win a ton of chips. It's a little bit on the deeper side this time. All right. Jack 5 suited. I like the min raise. Ace Jack suited. I think Jan Raz is going to probably react really aggressively. I would like to see this hand played just as a normal 3-bet here most of the time at this stack depth, but I understand he's just seeing, you know, a big hand and just getting the chips in. Now this could spell disaster right here.
Oh wow.
And he actually opens for the full 3x as well, which is even more enticing for the 5s to play their hand aggressively here. Plays them slower, very nice. And look at the board! Look at the board!
Full house for both players.
Oh,
24 million, almost half pot from Jan Raz. Black BT, 1.2% equity. Raises to 64 million.
Jan Raz, Jan raise.
And what does this tell you if you're Black BT?
I mean, honestly, if he has a good read on the situation and he understands who he's playing, I think you can absolutely get away from your hand in this situation. Like, you have to be playing somebody very, very good fold. Very, very, very good fold. as an adjustment for an opponent there, you have to be playing somebody who really understands what they're trying to accomplish to even have a semblance of a bluff in this situation. So getting away from that there is absolutely excellent, and that's really, really cool. That could have been an absolute train wreck, but I like the pre-flop call, especially against the 3x open, and I really like the fold there in that situation too. Well done.
And crucially, Jan Raz has now closed the gap. Black BT still with the advantage, but it's closer than it was before. Ace deuce versus queen 3. Jan Raz continuing to chip up.
Yeah. Black BT keeping up that aggression. Well done. Hello. No
Nice
chance.
fold.
Just fold the jack deuce. Give my opponent
I
a
mean,
with kings.
He was open shipping 8-3 off a moment ago, so jack deuce off, not that out of the question. Is this a min 3-bet?
1, 2,
I mean,
3.
9-7 suited absolutely must come along in this situation. Picks up the gut shot.
Yeah, and Jan leading here for half pot with just king high.
Yeah,
Folds
Gets
the
it
gut
done.
shot. I thought
it's
we might even
close.
see a raise
It's
there
close.
sometimes. I mean, it's kind of, you don't really expect your opponent to hit that. What was it, 10-10-6?
Yeah, if it wasn't a 3-bet pot, I think the raise versus the lead would have been cool. But the min 3-bet's kind of scary there, and you don't have any spades either.
A lot of people asking for the deal numbers. We will not know the terms of the deal until this is over and all the payouts are published. But you have to think of this as still a 50K heads-up battle. There's a set-aside, $50,000 for the prize pool, still up for grabs, plus the title of Sunday Million Anniversary Champion, following in the footsteps of last year's winner, Vanessa Cade.
I think this has got to be a call every time, pre-flop and on the flop. On the turn, though, not quite so easy. Still, it's quite a small size, 1/4 pot. Like, you do feel compelled to come along here quite often. There's going to be some combinations that have draws going to the river and the trips on the river. That's why you let him in. Now you got to put the raise.
The seven
again, these small
really
blocker bet sizes.
Always coming.
Yeah, I think you just go for like 100K here and just hope for the best. Maybe more, maybe like 125. I think I like. Yeah. I mean, he's just telegraphing the strength of his hand really again, and this is what we were talking about with these smaller leads.
Oh.
I mean, now Black BT has gained the huge chip advantage. Might be tempted here, but
this is close. But I think he knows he can. I think he knows he can beat him, James. That's the thing. He doesn't have to gamble
agree.
that deep. Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like you're the player who doesn't want to increase variance. You're the player who thinks you can outplay your opponent, and now you have that chip lead. You don't want to give it back again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really, really appreciate that. The adjustment with the 5s against the queens on the 8-8-8, the adjustment, there where, against a better opponent, you might be tempted to go for it when you got around 30 bigs. Yeah. Why increase the variance when you're just outplaying them so hard?
And now we are at the 5 million, 10 million blind level as this heads-up battle continues. King high, still the best hand on this queen high flop.
I know it's going to be tough to get there, but if we could somehow get one player with 1 billion chips before this is over, that would be pretty cool.
Okay, Jan Rez with a chance here, 7s, but 10-4 suited ain't going to invest too much. 22 million is the raise. Jan decides to re-raise. Again,
he just
Black
keeps letting them in.
Getting a good price to see a flop in position with a not horrific hand.
In my opinion, this is extremely close. But like, if he wasn't quite so shallow, it's a mandatory defend with any suited hand, purely just to literally get lucky. Flop trips, flop 2-pair better. And if Jan Raz is going to have these small 3-bet sizes, he's just going to let his opponent in too often to just play a perfect pot in position where it's inflated out of position for him.
Yeah. The raise with the Spraggy, the call with 7-5. Black BT outflopped. Domination rotation in Jan Raz's favor. Pair of fives leads for 10 mil. Gets a call.
Picks up the gut shot. Gets the
Does
most insane
indeed.
price to continue. I mean, if he calls the turn and it comes a club on the river, Jan Raz has to slow down, and you can always rep the straight flush, right? Like, you know, it's or a straight and or flush. It's you can do here.
And the board has bricked out for Black BT. 40 million the bet from Jan Raz.
Shove,
And,
shove. You have to
mean,
shove.
that would be pretty awesome.
When you
No,
get
but this is the
snapped that
perfect run
hard
out.
on the turn and the club comes, I don't know. That's going to be a flush draw a lot, I think.
But a flush draw would never bet 40 million on this river, right? They know that you're interested because you've raised. That they perceive you to be strong, like 2 pair plus, so they would go for like 125 million on the river, right? You're blocking the straight, you're blocking the flush. I'm not saying it's easy to do. I'm just saying that this is actually a really good run out for him to go ahead and pump it in more. He makes a good fold though, obviously, but I think it would have gone through on that particular situation.
Jack 6 on the button for Black BT. 5-3 off in the big blind for Jan Raz. Black BT raises to 22 mil. Jan Raz calls, and we have a 6-6-3 flop. It's trips for Black BT, and Jan Raz, having paired their 3, leads here for 20 mil.
When the donk bets go bad. Oh no. Oh no.
Black BT raises to 55 million. Jan re-raises to 110 million. Jan, stop. Literally stop.
Just call. Just call. You got this, buddy. You got this.
Whoa, Black BT.
There it is.
Just
All right, well
calls. Okay, Jan, check. You don't have to lead every single street.
Sometimes when you're up at bat, James, you decided that you're going to swing at 3 consecutive pitches until you hit one or until you strike out. And that's what it feels like Jan Raz is doing here. He's like, I'm swinging for the fences here.
And I guess this is a case of do I just call or raise? Elects just to call. And Jan Raz was drawing dead on the turn and pretty much shoves river. And what do you do now? You've got a pair of 3s. Do you save your last 55? No, calls it off. And it's over. And we have our winner. And it is Black BT who takes down the Sunday Million 16th anniversary. Now, these are the payouts based on the deal they agreed heads up. Jan Raz, 1983, locks up 817K. Black BT, $931,885. That includes the 50K they were playing for in that heads-up battle. And crucially, Black BT will go down in history as the Sunday Million 16th anniversary champion. Should still highlight that is a great payday for an $11 qualifier with no real MTT experience. Nick, I know we have to laugh, but also don't you just get the sense that it was kind of like, make this end. I've already won more than 800K. I'm done. I want to go to bed.
Look, I should say I am laughing because it was a bit of an unfortunate final hand, but yes, these guys have been playing for 3 days. Yes, they've already locked up absolutely mountains of money, and it's only 50K more, quote unquote, for them to finish this up. I think he knew that heads up. He probably didn't have the edge, which is why he was really pushing some of these more unusual lines and being hyper aggressive, trying to inspire that variance. But look, these guys just won over $800,000 a piece, and the second place finisher won it from $11 US. That is mind-blowing, and congratulations to both players. I laugh. It was an unfortunate hand. We all play hands bad sometimes, but claps to you guys for real. Well done. Very, very, very well played.
Yeah. A joke, we have to support Jan Raz there for that incredible result, despite some unorthodox plays. But he wasn't the only one, and that's what's made today so entertaining for me. There has been some weird AF hands, some bizarre shoves, bizarre calls, bizarre folds. And when you consider the prize money up for grabs tonight, it freaks you out a little bit. But hey, we say all the time, this kind of poker is so much more entertaining than watching people play perfectly, right?
Yes, of course. The whole thing was incredibly entertaining, but even from a story perspective, right? This worked out nearly exactly the way we wanted to, right? 2 things happened. One, we had $11 qualifier. go almost completely to the finish line, right? Still won like nearly $1 million, right? Not quite $1 million, nearly $1 million. And we had a grinder. We had someone that's out there in the streets every day, constantly on PokerStars. I'm sure constantly working on their game. And that's justice in the end to a lot of people, right? We had a new person on the scene, probably won life-changing money, and someone that's won around $8 million over the course of their career, won a huge chunk of that today. Skill, amateur, both in the top two. Incredible.
So, Joe, obviously we're going to wrap up the Sunday Million and indeed EPT Prague on the next episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast that we're recording tomorrow and publishing on Thursday. Nick, what have you got going on tomorrow?
I'm so glad that you asked me that, James, because as I mentioned earlier, guys, or as it was announced earlier, I am now a member of Team Pro Online once more, and I'm returning to the stream game. And it's important that you guys are aware that tomorrow, midday, Greenwich Mean Time, GMT, I'm going to be kicking off the very first stream of what will be many to come, many sort of weekly streams. I know you guys are going to be seeing more of the schedule officially coming out soon. But if you guys want to be there for the first stream to come back, it'll be tomorrow, midday, on the PokerStars channel, twitch.tv/PokerStars. And we're going to kick off with a Nick Classic. I'm going to be playing Spin and Goes all day and just reconnecting with you guys because it's been so long since we've just had time, just me and you. And from there, we're going to expand the stream schedule and try out all kinds of new stuff. So I would love if you guys would join me.
So Nick here on Twitch tomorrow. Joe and I back with the podcast later this week and back next Monday with another Sunday Million, which I believe is going to be a PKO edition. We will join you then. Thank you for watching this very special broadcast of a very special tournament. I hope you enjoyed the action as well. For now, from Sam Grafton, Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from the PokerStars Arena.